alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of United Media Services, I would like to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. And of course, this is the OER Manufacturing Summit of 2025. We would like to express our gratitude to our chief guest, His Excellency Engineer Badr bin Salim Al-Ma'mari, Chairman of the Authority for Projects, Tenders and Local Content here in the Sultanate of Oman, for gracing today's event. We also extend our sincere thanks to Sheikh Hamoud bin Mustahil Al-Mashari, Group CEO, Muscat Overseas Group, for his kind presence. OER Manufacturing Summit of 2025 would not have been possible without the support of our partners. And on behalf of OER, I would like to express our gratitude to our endorsing partners, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Madayin, and Oman Manufacturers Association. A big thanks to our premium strategic partners, and you can see all of them here on screen as well. Jindal Steel Oman, our strategic partners, Shell Oman Marketing Company, Minara from Arij Vegetable Oils and Derivatives, Future Pipe Industries, Mohammed Riyaz and partners, at Tamman Ferro Alloys, Atfa, also Muscat Thread Mills. Our associate partners is Majis Technical Services, Voltamp Energy, Khazain Economic City, Al Jazeera Steel Products Company, the National Detergents Company, Credit Oman, and BIA. Automotive partners are Changan, and knowledge partner is the SSA Consulting Group. We also have media partners with us who made this possible. The Daily Tribune, Zanzibar media partner, Zibi Magazine. Online media partner is OERlive.com. And our Arabic media partner, Alam Al-Iqtisad Magazine. So a big thank you to every one of them for making this possible. And can we have a round of applause for them? Thank you very much. And I would like, at the beginning of our proceedings, to invite Mr. Atulia Sharma, Chief Executive Officer at United Media Services, on stage to deliver his welcoming address. Mr. Atulia, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a warm welcome to the OER Manufacturing Summit 2025. On behalf of Sheikh Hamoud bin Mustahil Al-Mashni, Group CEO, Muscat Overseas Group, it is a great honor for me to open today's proceedings. Foremost, our deepest gratitude to His Excellency Badr Salim Al-Mamri, Chairman of Oman's Authority for Projects, Tenders and Local Content. Your Excellency, your leadership in strengthening governance and advancing national value creation is deeply appreciated, and you're actually defining the future of Oman's industrial landscape. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. To everyone here today, policymakers, regulators, investors, manufacturers, and innovators, thank you for joining us. Your presence reflects a shared belief in the power of manufacturing to transform economies and uplift communities. Manufacturing has always been the foundation upon which strong, competitive nations are built. History proves this time and again. Every major economic powerhouse, whether in Asia or Europe, has risen to prominence by cultivating a resilient industrial base. From the rise of Great Britain during the Industrial Revolution, Germany's engineering excellence, post-war Japan's manufacturing resurgence, to South Korea's transformation into an industrial powerhouse, manufacturing has been the catalyst for scale, stability, exports, technology transfer, and productivity. In recent decades, manufacturing prowess in countries such as China, Vietnam, Singapore, and Taiwan has reshaped global supply chains, boosted exports, created job opportunities, and lifted millions to prosperity. These are clear examples that manufacturing is not just a sector, it is a national growth strategy. Here in Oman, the manufacturing sector's progress is visible and encouraging. The sector posted a strong performance in the second quarter of 2025, with the combined net profits of industrial companies listed on the Muscat Stock Exchange rising to 24.5 million Omani Riyals, compared to 4.25 million Omani riyals during the same period of 2024. This represents a growth of more than 475%. Over the past few years, manufacturing has grown steadily in its contribution to the national economy. Its role in boosting exports, attracting foreign direct investment, and offering long-term career opportunities for Omanis is becoming increasingly significant. Today, more than ever, Oman's factories are not just production sites, they are centers of knowledge, technology, and ambition. This momentum is no coincidence. It reflects the clear direction of His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq, may Allah protect him, and the national efforts under Oman Vision 2040. As a country, Oman is committed to building a more diverse, competitive, and knowledge-driven economy. The recently launched Industrial Strategy 2040 provides an even stronger framework to accelerate this transformation, encouraging advanced manufacturing, sustainability, and innovation. Oman's industrial cities and economic zones in Sohar, Dukum, Salalah, Khazain, Nizwa, and beyond are gateways to the world. They enable manufacturers to scale, connect to global markets, and build world-class enterprises right here on Omani soil. At the same time, the Sultanate's focus on local content, in-country value, and SME participation ensures that this growth truly benefits its people, small businesses, and long-term competitiveness. However, behind every strategy, every factory, every piece of progress are people. The real strength of Oman's manufacturing success lies in the individuals seated in this very room. The entrepreneurs who chose to produce locally when importing seemed easier, the industrial leaders who navigated disruptions from pandemics to shipping crisis and still expanded, the engineers, technicians, and operators who ensure that quality, safety, sustainability, and Omani talent remain top priorities. They are the heartbeat of this sector. And that is what today is all about. This summit is not just a gathering, but rather a platform to listen, to learn, and to shape the next chapter together. Throughout the day, we will discuss the technology that is redefining industry worldwide: automation, AI, smart factories, advanced materials, the clean energy transition, and explore how Oman can be at the forefront of this very evolution. We will also look at the wider ecosystem access to finance, supply chain resilience, local industry partnerships, and the development of future industry leaders. These conversations matter because the world around is changing very fast. The countries that prepare today will lead tomorrow, and Oman is preparing with purpose. Later today, the OER Manufacturing Awards will recognize organizations and individuals who exemplify the best of this industry, not only in business performance, but in their contribution to Oman's economic future. So let us take today as an opportunity to reflect on how far we have come and to challenge ourselves to go even further. Let us build stronger partnerships, expand local capabilities, embrace innovation with confidence, and ensure that sustainability sits at the core of everything we create. And above all, let us work together to build a future in which Made in Oman stands proudly as a mark of quality, ingenuity, and global competitiveness. To conclude, let me thank all our partners, sponsors, and supporters for making this event possible. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hope you have a productive day and make the most of the OER Manufacturing Summit 2025. Thank you.
Oman's manufacturing sector is the backbone of the nation's economic transformation, driving growth, enabling diversification, and powering a competitive future. At the OER Manufacturing Summit and Awards, industry leaders, innovators, and policymakers come together on one dynamic platform to exchange ideas, inspire solutions, and shape the next chapter of Oman's industrial journey. The summit puts the spotlight on critical topics: advanced manufacturing, sustainability, technology, industrial innovation, and the role of the sector in Oman's Vision 2040. And as we celebrate progress, we also honor it, recognizing exceptional companies and individual achievers who drive excellence, uplift national capabilities, and elevate Oman's manufacturing landscape. OER Manufacturing Summit and Awards, where ideas meet impact and where the future of Oman's industry takes shape.
Thank you to Mr. Sharma, and I would like also to invite to stage someone who has 33 years of experience in the industrial sector. He also served as a member of the Shura Council from 2011 to 2019, where he participated in the Economic, Education and Legal Committees. In addition, he has been an elected board member of the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry from 2007 to 2011. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Tawfiq Al-Lawati, Head of Industry Committee, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء وسيد المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. When I was approached by the Chamber of Commerce to make this presentation, we were discussing about making it in Arabic. And I was programmed to do it in Arabic till lately I realized I have to do it in English. And when we started speaking about English, I had to redo the entire presentation. So, thanks for the introduction, and yes, 33 years in the industry. After that, you see me wearing sport shoes instead of wearing the typical Omani tikramun and na'al. So it comes by the age. Anyway, I hope I share something valuable with you. I would be talking about three major points. The first point is about the government initiatives and plans and efforts and achievements to transform Omani industrial process into more innovation-based manufacturing. And also, we are playing now in the entire, with the world, in the open market on the global basis. So we have to also maybe get some insights from some of the countries who also tried or been ahead of us in terms of the innovation. And I think the major experience is about Singapore's experience. There are some other, just in the slide, few other examples. That is the second point. And the third major point is the road ahead for Oman. Okay, we want to go for innovation. So what's next, or what are the major challenges we are having? Also, during this time, I was debating whether I talk about my personal experiences. And I don't like usually to talk about my personal experiences, and when we met His Excellency just now, we were talking about some of the challenges we are facing in the manufacturing. But let me give you, I will start maybe off my plan with this example. When we were in COVID, and I'm coming from manufacturing of detergents, and there was demand for sanitizers, and even alcohol was not available. Ships were not coming, we didn't get enough raw materials in the manufacturing. If you don't have one of the ingredients, you cannot make your product because it will not be effective. So we worked on something based on nanotechnology, and we were able to get the material from Canada by air freight. And we developed a product. We wanted to get it tested. Now, in innovation, there should be partnership between the academic environment, between the research and development departments, between the professors and academic staff, and even the private sector laboratories. And we were going into circle. I went to one of the leading institutes in Oman, higher education, and asked them to test my material. Okay, for a fee. It took them 6 months to accept this task. And one major problem was that they don't have the chemicals in the lab to do the test. Not because of COVID, because the chemicals are in the laboratory of the College of Science and not of the center which is doing these kind of tests. So I have to go and request a meeting with the president of the university, who had to call the dean of the College of Science and the manager of the center to convince them to do this test for me. And guess what? Compared to any international brands, I would not say. When you are talking about any antibacterial product, there are two things. One is the killing of the germs, the efficacy, and the second thing is called the latency, how long it remains. So we were talking about service sanitizing. At that time, even when people were entering government, there were some showers, they were spraying, what do you call them? Antibacterial stuff, so people will not carry any bacteria inside the... we were living in threat at that time. Our product was tested for latency of 72 hours. And His Excellency is here today. We did not sell 1 liter of this product. We sold it in the commercial market. We did not sell it to any institution. When Ministry of Education decided to do sanitizing, I went to the DG of Muscat schools and I offered him at the cost. I was talking to His Excellency sometime now before. Today we have a threat in our business, the hypermarkets. They dictate who is entering the market and who is not entering. Actually, the cleaning companies, they had their own agencies. They were bringing a jerry can of 5 liters for 38 riyals with only 0.5% of active matter, while we were offering a better Omani product for 5 riyals at the cost. Maybe our mistake was we were not talking about profit and taking advantage and high valuing it. But I suddenly decided that at least I share with you one of the challenges in 2 parts of it. In the development process, in the getting it tested. Basically, this is the total subject of innovation, especially for the small, medium size of enterprises. Today, I'm in the same business doing some kind of chemical formulations. We send any product outside for testing, it can cost between $4,000 to $40,000 per each test. If you don't have locally available this kind of centers to encourage this kind of innovation, then I don't think we are going to go anywhere. This was just sharing about my own experience. Maybe some people will leave, so I decided to throw it in the advance. And excuse me, I went out of the script. How should I move this one? Okay. On this one, huh? Okay, I will let some charts talk about. The government has taken many initiatives even before Oman 2020. This process started from 1985, at that time when oil prices went down to $9, which was even the cost of our oil production at that time. But the actual initiative came in 1995, when I started my manufacturing before that, in 1993. I worked 1 year before in one of the manufacturing companies. So that was our first Oman Vision 2020. And one of the major pillars of diversification was manufacturing. And at that time, the numbers were low. The targets were also mutawada. It was not as high as we were hoping. So in terms of the value, maybe we achieved, but in terms of the percentage, we did not achieve because of the increase in the oil price. The numbers went out of proportion. But nevertheless, these are the numbers from 2015 to 2024, the contribution of manufacturing in the GDP and the value in terms of Riyal Omani and in terms of the percentage. So we are now almost 10% and above in terms of the GDP. as on 2024 numbers. And 25, we are in line with these numbers, with slightly fluctuation, maybe up and down. So during Tanfi's time in 2015, there was another crash in the oil prices, and the government made another initiative and highlighted 5 pillars. One of them was manufacturing, especially converting industries. We had fisheries, we have mining, we have logistics, and we have tourism. To go beyond the hydrocarbon era. All the initiative has been during this time that we move out of the independence on the oil and oil-related product, and gas mainly. Unfortunately, till now, we are still roaming around the hydrocarbons. However, with the objective of the government to transform the industrialization from the normal industry and move it towards more based on innovation, this has also been highlighted, and it is one of the major pillars of Oman 2040. If anybody goes and reviews that document, there is a major emphasis on innovation. And I have, I think, limited time, so I will leave it to the rest of the discussions. But the government has established the setup, the regulations, and even there was a strategy for innovation which has been prepared in 2013. And by the way, I was selected from the Majlis al-Shura to be one of the participants in one of the clusters, the mukhtabarat, the strategy of innovation. And I will also mention this point. When UNCTAD came and started discussing the different outcomes, one of the major observations was, which is still a challenge today, is the communication between the stakeholders, التواصل المؤسسي. And then there was another mukhtabar or cluster doing all the homework, how to bring all the stakeholders together. Now, that still remains one of the challenges for the innovation plans to be transferred to reality for Oman. Anyway, the other slide here is showing the value-added manufacturing industries is as per the plans 2030 and 2040. This is another slide where actually the plan is talking about the different sectors, and I personally feel we should achieve higher than these numbers. When we were doing the labs of Tanfiz, and the Malaysian people were here, in their keynote speech, I remember that Malaysian guy, I forgot his name now, he said that we should raise our expectations. Our growth percentage was very limited, mutawadha. It was not as they were asking us to be more aggressive in achieving these numbers. And then Tanfiz has been transferred into Oman 2040, and these are the targets, the current numbers at 2020 we had, and 2040. So the growth is there, but it is I feel that there can be more achievements. Oman has also prepared the setup for the innovation and established different cluster-based sites for manufacturing. Today we have Madain, we have Engineer Sami, he used to be in the Ministry of Industry. We have realized the geography of Oman, and we have different locations from all the way north. We have now a new industrial city coming in Musandam, and up to Salalah. We have almost, I think, above 20 industrial cities, some of them under development. But the major focus is on the 3 major hubs and the special economical zones. We have in Salalah, we have in Duqm, and in Sohar. and each one has some specialty. Sohar is for chemicals, for metals, for food processing and export manufacturing, and Duqm is for petrochemicals and shipbuilding, and also the major talk today is about the green hydrogen. Salalah has been established for export manufacturing, and today Salalah has good number of pharmaceutical manufacturing. I also should mention Khaza'in, which is also providing another alternative closer to Muscat, and they have also attracted some of the pharmaceutical industries as well, in addition to the food processing. So today we have the infrastructure in Oman for manufacturing, and also closer to in all these three areas we have ports, and especially in Salalah where we have Maersk, where you have direct contact with the major cities in the world, and also Sohar has becoming more and more closer to the international destinations. And hopefully soon Duqm will be also more active in terms of the logistics and vessels touching Duqm. I will go now to basically the innovation itself and how some of the countries have been able to achieve some substantial improvement in their performance and their development. The major, I think everybody is talking about, is Singapore. Singapore has turned into smart manufacturing based on robotics and artificial intelligence and IoTs. And also, they have established advanced training centers for the workforce upscaling. Today, when we talk about the Industry 4.0, ثورة صناعية الرابعة, or AI, we always think about it as a threat that people might lose the jobs. No, we can retrain these people, upgrade their skills, and prepare them for a better production or productivity and a more productive jobs rather than doing the unskilled kind of jobs. This has resulted in Singapore, I have only limited time, but basically more productivity, more development, and more direct foreign direct investments. So it is an opportunity for us as well. In addition to what we have prepared, we need to have this kind of incentives, this kind of support, and the hubs. I will talk about the road ahead. These are a few other examples. Mexico, we are doing the same thing, like cluster-based growth, where we have each zone of our spatial economical zones have different kind of clusters. For example, in Sohar, we have petrochemicals, and then they have chemicals, mainly plastic, where many industries can come on the plastics. Or we have metals, for example, where we have steel and other aluminum, where other industries can come and be complementing the setup what we already have. India, they have also that initiatives of Make It in India and Digital India, and basically for the SMEs and MSMEs, and it have empowered them and also achieved good results. Bangladesh has focused on the textile industry and textile exports. Today has become a big global player. It's not relevant to us, but it was worth mentioning because they have huge number of people, unskilled, and for them, today they have become a global player in terms of the textile export. United States is a different story. They have also public-private innovation hubs, advanced material, and automation. So this is also has resulted in mushrooming of SMEs. Today, I think we are talking about mainly innovation about big companies, but actually in most of these experiences, the innovation has been coming from the SMEs. What we are talking about before, all the numbers, the major growth in the numbers have been from major industries, which are also related to the oil and gas, petrochemicals. And now we are talking about green hydrogen. What we need also to balance this kind of diversification and have SMEs also mushrooming and developing and contributing in their share as well in terms of the innovation and in terms of the diversification and sustainability of our economy. Okay, the path forward for Oman. Today, I think the major thing we have to do is the innovation hubs and R&D setups and create this kind of partnership. In the world, where I have studied and lived in America for 11 years before I started my work, so this will give you an indication about my age. Actually, the academic institutions, the universities, their income is not from the tuitions. Their income is from the research and the partnership with the private sector. And at that time, I had many friends from different parts of the world who were coming to America, and they were given scholarships, and they were doing research and development and making money for the institutions, and they were getting their degrees. Today, I am approaching as a private sector to the universities, and still as on today. 2 weeks ago we had, or 3 weeks ago, we had the Industrial Development Committee. I approached one of the universities that, look, I need somebody to do this kind of test for me. The answer was, yes, we can work with you, but you have to do everything for us. We don't have the setup, we don't have the manpower, we don't have anything. So this is just an example. When we are talking about innovation hubs, we need to, in addition to creating the zones, creating the infrastructure, I'm sorry if I'm a little bit frank, but if we need to reach somewhere, we have to talk openly. And basically, we need to establish this kind of hubs. And the importance for the R&D, for the small SMEs, is more important because they cannot invest. If today I am getting a chemical tested for one of the applications in the upstream or downstream, I need to spend $20,000 to $40,000 just to get it tested. Imagine if I do 5 or 10 recipes or products, how much investment I require, and I am classified as a medium-sized industry. There are industries who are big, who they can afford. But when you are talking about medium-sized and small size, how much money they can afford in this kind of innovation? Where are the incentives for the hubs, for the R&D, for the manufacturers? That suppose if tomorrow I do something, I acquire a technology, and I transfer the technology. By the way, when we are talking about innovation, that means we should have already capacity building. We should have already localized know-how, and we add on it. Today we are having after 50 years or 70 years, we had one celebration 2-3 weeks ago and it is in fact in 1967 it started the oil export from Oman, but they started working 2 years maybe before. So 70 years we have been doing with oil. How much localization or tawteen, Omanization or technology transfer as a centers, as a research, as a study, tie up with universities, with professors, with departments of chemical engineering, how much we have achieved. So it is not only just we talk about theory and slogans and shi'arat. No, we have to achieve. Okay, I think I've got the signal. The more important is SMEs and the talents. How do we empower them? If tomorrow they come with any innovation, we need to give them some kind of approach to be visible, or at least also have impact on the play. And we have to also, whatever we do in Oman is a small country compared to our region and in the world. So we need to have a global integration. We cannot do all our business like Oman. I was happy, Mr. Riyadh was talking to now that they are talking about exporting or they are exporting into United States. Actually, I had an industry and I bought a technology that is one of, when somebody is talking with, he has good experiences and he has bad experiences. In 1998, I established this industry and I bought a technology, I'll take 5 minutes, sorry. And we paid $1 million for the know-how. And we were exporting to China, to Taiwan, to Japan, to Malaysia, and to Indonesia. And it is in the records. And we were not able to sell in our region, but that region was buying our material. So it is possible because many containers come from Far East, they go empty. We were getting the containers almost free. For 15 riyals, a 40-foot container, we were getting the freight, we are paying the THC, etc. Anyway, I will just jump through the other some. This is our major challenge. In addition to the research and the hub is our major asset. It should be a value addition for us and not, la samahallah, a liability. How do we prepare, train, and bring our workforce, especially the Omanis? And to be very honest with you, it's not only training, it is the higher education, and even before higher education, it is the basic education. And more important, it is the culture. It is about productivity, it is about accountability, it is about productivity. If we don't do this, we cannot have sustainability because all the development has to be centered on the human, on the individual, on the muwatin. And if the individual Omani is not going to get any incentive and it will not be based on him, this is not going to be for us achievement. I will just share with you this slide. This is the workforce in Oman. And there has been, this is the ratio between the Omanis and the non-Omanis. And to be very honest with you, the number of non-Omanis is higher than that. And I will put it on the record because we do hiring on contract basis. And those contract basis labor don't come because they are not directly going through the Ministry of Labor. Usually a businessman will not say that, but for the sake of Oman, I am saying that. So we have a major gap, and if we do further gap analysis on how much Omanis are doing or contributing at which level in terms of the top leadership, middle management, or skilled labor or unskilled labor, then the numbers will be even more surprising. I will close my speech that Oman has good plans for industrial transformation on innovation, and basically this is our futures, that we do factories, manufacturing, but more important for us is the human. And sustainability and development and prosperity and growth will be achieved by being a regional leader and a global competitor. Thank you for your patience and listening, and I apologize if I've taken some more time. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you once again to Mr. Tawfiq Al-Lawati. I would like now to invite on stage Mr. Sami Al-Sahib, Vice President Corporate Strategy and Head Group of Corporate Affairs at Jindal Steel, to deliver his presentation or his speech. Floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Badr al-Ma'amri, Sheikh Hamoud, Ma'ashini, dear brothers and sisters, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is really my pleasure to speak to you today about a pioneering experience and one of the most successful stories in the industrial sector in the Sultanate of Oman, namely the journey of Jindal Steel Sohar and Jindal Group. The company began its operation in 2010, and since then, it has become a living example of attractiveness of Oman investment, environment, and ability to attract high-quality investment that support economic diversification and achieve Oman Vision 2040. Dear guests, the company journey began with investment exceeding US 1.2 billion to establish the largest integrated steel complex at Sohar Port, with a production capacity of 2.4 million tons annually. In addition to unit producing direct reduced iron, this project has transformed the Sultanate of Oman from a steel imported country into a net exporter. While Oman used to import around 1 million tons of steel annually before 2015, today the company exports approximately 1.5 million tons annually to a global market, including products such as rebar and other steel products, while also meeting a significant portion of domestic demand for construction and infrastructure projects. In 2023, the company strengthened its industrial presence through the acquisition of Sohar Steel, with a production capacity of 700,000 tons per year and restructuring operation, which enhance production efficiency and ensure the continuous supply of high-quality steel product to the local market. The company also announced the Green Steel project in Duqm with an investment exceeding US 3 billion and production capacity of around 5 million tons annually. This project relies on a green hydrogen and renewable energy and contribute to reducing emission by approximately 85%, positioning the Sultanate as a global leader in low-carbon steel production. Honorable guests, the contribution of this project to the national economy is tangible. The steel sector contributes more than 2% of the GDP. 1.8% contributed from Jindal Steel. In addition to generating domestic value added estimated US 3.6 billion between 2014 and 2019, through the development of supporting services, supply chain, and local employment. These efforts enhance the role of the company in activating local supply chain, creating direct and indirect job opportunities, and strengthening national capability across various technical engineering fields. The company also places a great importance on developing and supporting small SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, considering them a key pillar of the national economy. This is achieved through expanding contracts opportunities in transportation, maintenance, and technical services, adapting a local procurement policy, providing training programs to enhance their competitiveness, and integrating them into industrial value chain. Regarding the corporate social responsibility, the company has distinguished itself through leading initiatives, including implementing the highest flag pole in the Sultanate, symbolizing national pride and identity, becoming the main sponsor of Oman Football League, supporting young and sport while encouraging national sport talents, establishing 10 Talents Center in cooperation with Oman Football Association. These initiatives reflect the company's deep commitment to the community, supporting youth, encouraging innovation, enhancing social participation, and contributing to sustainable development beyond the industrial sphere. Dear guests, the company faces global industrial challenges, such as raw material price fluctuation, raising energy cost, international competition, and environmental requirement. By investing in advanced technology, increasing production efficiency, enhancing local content, and adapting sustainable industrial projects such as green steel project, we've been able to overcome these challenges. These achievements, from the Sohar Steel Complex to expanding capacity through Sohar Steel and up to the green steel project, along with distinguished community initiatives, clearly reflect the strength of Oman investment environment, supporting by effective legislation, advanced infrastructure, and government leadership committed to the industrial sector. At this point, we extend our sincere thanks and appreciation to the Public Authority of Special Economic Zone, Sohar Port and Free Zone, the Ministry of Commerce and Industries, and all relevant government authorities for their continuous support and enabling of national international companies, which has contributed to the success of industrial project and achieving sustainable economic and social development. In conclusion, we reaffirm the company commitment to continue investing, enhancing national value added, supporting SMEs, and achieving sustainable development through cooperative social responsibility program to remain an effective partner in building a diversified and sustainable industrial economy in the Sultanate. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shukran alaikum. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Sami As-Sahib. And our next presenter is Mr. Ishrath Habibullah, who is the Managing Director of Majis Technical Services. And Mr. Habibullah established Majis back in 2006 with a strategic objective of serving as a channel between international service providers and the Omani market as well. So, Mr. Ishrath, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Sadat al-Muhandis Badr bin Salam al-Mamri, Ashab al-Sayyidati, al-Duyuf al-Kiram, Sayyidati wa Sadati. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I had prepared to speak a few sentences in Arabic, but given my professional peers here and the language of communication they have used, I will now go back to speaking in English. The manufacturing sector in Oman has undergone tremendous transformation. What began as foundational efforts to build capacity and localize expertise has now evolved into a globally competitive industrial ecosystem. This growth is the result of strategic leadership, investment in talent, and an unwavering belief in the potential of Omani industry. Today, Oman is not only manufacturing more, it is manufacturing with innovation, with purpose, and with an eye on sustainability. Our own journey in Majis reflects this national progress. We began with the principles of in-country value, with a mission to build capacity and capability within Oman, while connecting with world-class technology providers. We began our work in security and telecom, later expanding into the fabrication and construction of storage tanks and EPC of water treatment plants. We further evolved into designing, supplying, and servicing all types of flare systems. So we started as traders and service providers before strategically progressing into full-scale manufacturing. But we have not remained there. Through continuous research and development, we moved beyond conventional flare designs to pioneer innovative solutions that meet the environmental and operational demands of today's energy industry. Today, Flare Oman, our flare systems brand, is the only brand in the GCC that both designs and manufactures flare systems. Our reach spans 22 countries, from Venezuela in the west to Vietnam in the east, and our work is trusted and approved by major industry leaders, including Qatar Energy, ONGC, Basra Gas Company, Petro Vietnam, Petronas, and ADNOC, among others. one of our major milestones was the development of our zero flare-ready tip. This innovation represents years of R&D, engineering refinement, and field experience. It allows facilities to significantly reduce routine flaring, aligning with global standards for emissions reduction and sustainability. It also stands as a symbol of what Omani engineering can achieve. From there, we have expanded into mobile flare systems, delivering rapid deployment, lower installation cost, and the flexibility to operate in remote or temporary sites, making them ideal for shutdowns, well testing, emergency operations, and short-term flaring requirements. We are now advancing into flare gas recovery solutions, capturing and reusing gas that would otherwise be wasted. Throughout this evolution, our mission has remained aligned with Oman Vision 2040, focusing on sustainable growth, environmental stewardship, and technological innovation. Our commitment is clear: to reduce emissions, enhance efficiency, and enable cleaner industrial operations. Today, our portfolio features advanced systems for smokeless flaring, zero flaring, and hydrogen pilots, supporting industries in their transition towards safer and more sustainable energy practices. I stand before you today to humbly introduce another significant achievement. I would like to introduce to all of you Oman's first thermal oxidizer that is completely designed and manufactured in Oman. This moment is more than just a product, it is a national milestone. A milestone that demonstrates the depth of local talent, the strength of local industry, and the possibilities that emerge when we invest in R&D and believe in what we can build here at home. This thermal oxidizer ensures the safe and effective destruction of harmful gases, helping industries meet stringent environmental standards while operating responsibly and efficiently. And it is a system conceived, built, and delivered by our team right here in our own facilities in Sohar. As we expand our global reach, our commitment to Oman is steadfast. We will continue to innovate, to invest in local capability, and to create solutions that position the Sultanate at the forefront of industrial and environmental excellence. As I close my speech, I extend my thanks to OER for organizing this summit. My sincere thanks to Madain, the Ministry of Commerce, and the Chamber of Commerce. My thanks to our chief guest. And last but not the least, my thanks to my team from Majlis. Together, we will continue shaping a cleaner, stronger, and more sustainable future for Oman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ishrath, MD, Majlis Technical Services, for this presentation and for giving us this brilliant discussion. It is time now to present the OER Manufacturing Excellence Awards, and for that, I would kindly invite our chief guest, His Excellency Engineer Badr bin Salim Al-Ma'mari, Chairman of the Authority for Projects, Tenders and Local Content, alongside of Sheikh Hamoud Al-Mashani and Mr. Saeed Al-Mashani, Deputy CEO of UMS, to join His Excellency on stage for the award presentation. So we begin immediately with the awards, and the first award is for the most promising entrepreneur in the manufacturing sector, and it recognizes a leader who has driven manufacturing excellence, productivity, and innovation. He has also strengthened Oman's industrial base and created value throughout the supply chain. The winner of the award for the most promising entrepreneur in the manufacturing sector is Mr. Fahd Mohammed Riaz, the Vice Chairman of Mohammed Riaz and Partner. Congratulations to Mr. Fahd Mohammed Riaz, Vice Chairman of Mohammed Riaz and Partner LLC. The next award goes to a leading manufacturing company which considers its people as its real assets and is committed to empowering its workforce. The winner of the award for leadership in employee development and organizational culture is none other than Jindal Steel Oman. Congratulations to Team Jindal Steel of Oman. And the next award goes to an economic city, which is the largest public-private partnership project in building management and development of economic zones here in the country. The winner of the award for the best investment destination in Oman is none other than Khazain Economic City. Congratulations to Team Khazain for this achievement. The next award goes to a company that has domestically engineered and manufactured thermal oxidizers delivered by Fluoroman, a division of the company for Ajiba Petroleum's Maliha gas treatment plant in Egypt. And more to go. But the winner of the award for innovation, first designed and manufactured thermal oxidizer here in the Sultanate of Oman is none other than Majis Technical Services LLC, Flar Oman. Congratulations to Mr. Ishrath and the team of Majis Technical Services. The next award goes to a company with an impeccable track record of qualified products and adherence to international specifications and standards. The winner of the award for excellence in product innovation composites for the water and energy sector is none other than Future Pipe Industries FPI. Congratulations to Team FPI. The winner of the next award is a manufacturer of steel products, which operates through two business divisions, namely Tube Mill and Merchant Bar Mill. So the winner of the award for quality management and process excellence is none other than Al Jazeera Steel Products Company. Congratulations to Al Jazeera Steel. The next award goes to a company which is a trusted partner for major global apparel brands for 25 years plus. So the winner of the award for Sustainability Champion in Manufacturing is EcoTerra Recycled line of Muscat Thread Mills. Congratulations to Team Muscat Thread Mills. Our next award goes to a company which is publicly listed on the Muscat Stock Exchange. The company operates in multi-downstream business structures, providing mobility, commercial lubricants, marine and aviation fuel products and services here in the Sultanate of Oman. The winner of the award for 40 years of excellence in lubricants, blending and advancing in-country value in the Sultanate of Oman is none other than Shell Oman Marketing Company. Congratulations to Team Shell Oman Marketing Company. The next award goes to one of the leading manufacturing companies here in the country. The company manufactures and distributes a wide range of highly reputed and successful brands covering various segments like detergents, powders, liquid detergents, and much more. The winner of the Pioneering Home and Personal Care Manufacturing in Oman Award is the National Detergent Company. Congratulations to the National Detergent Company, and our next award goes to a leading manufacturer of transformers and switchgear here in Oman with world-class manufacturing and testing facilities in Sohar and Rusail. The winner of the award for outstanding development in international markets is none other than Voltamp Energy. Congratulations to Team Voltamp Energy. The next award goes to an entity that has played a pivotal role in facilitating domestic and export trade and contributing to Oman's economic development. The winner of the main and leading enabler in enhancing Omani exports and products in Global Market Award is none other than Credit Oman. Congratulations to Team Credit Oman. The next award goes to a mid-size SUV, which is designed to deliver a blend of power, comfort, and advanced technology at the same time. The winner of the 4WD or 4-wheel drive of the year award is none other than Changan CS75 Plus. Congratulations to Team Changan for this achievement. Our next award of the day is to a company that has redefined clean energy manufacturing here in the Sultanate of Oman. And the winner of the Sustainable Energy Integration in Industry Award is none other than Atfa or Taman Ferro Oils Alloys. Congratulations to Team Taman Ferro Alloys. The next award goes to a manufacturing company that has contributed to developing international markets, product development, and business development over the past 20 years. The company has grown an 80% dependence on the domestic market to exporting to more than 45 different countries. The winner of the Global Omani Company of the Year is Arij Vegetable Oils and Derivatives Company. Congratulations to Team Arij Vegetable Oils and Derivative Company. The final award for today goes to a company which is forging Oman's industrial future with strategically located plants in Sohar and Duqm. It is among the GCC's largest integrated low-carbon footprint steel producers. The winner of the Company of the Year award is none other than Jindal Steel Oman. Like to deliver a token of appreciation to our guest of honor for today, His Excellency Engineer Badr bin Salim Al-Ma'mari, for his presence. And for that, we would request Sheikh Hamoud bin Mustahil Al-Mashani to do the honors. And just before you leave the stage, Your Excellency, we will ask for a group photo. So may we ask all the winners to join us on stage for a group photo. All award winners, please join us on stage. Congratulations once again to all the winners for today. Our dear audience, UMS is organizing the second edition of the Oman CSR Summit and Awards on the 22nd of December 2025. This event is an initiative to increase awareness about the culture of CSR, ESG, and in-country value here within the Sultanate of Oman, apart from honoring organizations and people, individuals who have exhibited exceptional leadership when it comes to CSR and sustainability within the country. We look forward to your attendance and highlighting your organization's path-breaking contributions to the community and Oman at large. When it comes to this sector through the platform, please save the date, and we want to see you all available on the 22nd of December. Thank you very much for that. We will now move into a panel discussion with the topic Industry to Innovation, Strengthening Oman's Manufacturing Sector for a Competitive and Diversified Economy here in the country. And for that, I would like to bring on stage and invite Mr. Mayank Singh, Executive VP and Group Editor at UMS, to do the proceedings.
Yeah, thank you, Ahmed. We have an illustrious list of industry stalwarts who will be joining us on stage for the panel discussion on Industry to Innovation, Strengthening Oman's Manufacturing Sector for a Competitive and Diversified Economy. I will, just in the interest of time, I'll introduce all of them. Our first panelist is Mr. Haytham Al-Yaroubi, Acting CEO, Credit Oman. Mr. Haytham has 15 years of diversified experience across the capital markets, investment banking, utilities, and credit insurance sectors. His academic background in accounting, finance, and artificial intelligence enables him to integrate advanced analytical and technological capabilities into modern credit insurance practices. Please welcome Mr. Haytham Al-Yaroubi. Yeah, please have a seat, sir. Please, sir. Walking up next on stage is Mr. Murli Sundar, CEO of the National Detergent Company. Mr. Sundar is a seasoned leader with more than 3 decades of experience in the FMCG sector. He has held global leadership roles at Henkel, where he built expertise in sales management, business-to-business strategies, and customer-centric innovations. At NDC, he has brought about innovation and market leadership. Please welcome Mr. Murli Sundar. Our next panelist is Mr. Mohammad Ahmed Al-Siabi, Commercial Affairs Manager, Khazan Economic City. Mr. Siabi is a seasoned Omani leader with 15 years of experience in economic development, investment promotion, and stakeholder engagement. He currently serves as the Commercial Affairs Manager at KEC, where he oversees strategic investor relationships, commercial operations, and the development of specialized clusters. Please welcome Mr. Mohammad Al-Siabi. Our next panelist is Mr. Mohammad Al-Fatatri, General Manager, Lubricants Business, Shell Oman Marketing Company. Mr. Al-Fatatri leads the integrated commercial lubricants business, including supply chain and customer operations. With an export footprint across 15 countries, he provides strategic, commercial, and operational leadership with a mandate to deliver sustainable profitability, resilience, and shareholder value. Please welcome Mr. Mohammed on stage. I'd like to welcome back Mr. Sami Sahib, Vice President Corporate Strategy and Head of Group Corporate Affairs, Jindal Steel Oman, who's our next panelist. Mr. Sami has over 23 years of experience in industrial development, strategy formulation, and public sector leadership. Over these years, he has held key positions including Director General of Industry and Director General of Standard and Meteorology. He has contributed towards the development and implementation of Oman's Manufacturing Strategy 2040 and National ICV Strategy. Please welcome back on stage Mr. Sami Sahib. And completing the lineup is Mr. Yusuf Ibrahim Al-Balushi, General Manager, Voltamp Energy. Mr. Yusuf has 20 plus years of leadership experience in the energy and industrial sectors. He has overseen major national infrastructure projects and contributed to important national committees, helping to shape proposals for policy frameworks that promote economic diversification and align with Oman Vision 2040. Please welcome Mr. Yusuf Al-Balushi on stage. Let's start with the big picture. The Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion is implementing Oman's industrial strategy, which aims to basically to boost the contribution of the sector to 11.6 billion Omani riyals by 2040. So that's almost a threefold jump from where the sector stands now. And in terms of time frames, you're talking about 15 years' time. So let's start with Mr. Fadatri. How critical is this sector to fulfill the goals of Oman Vision 2040 and diversification in particular?
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me and for being part of the respected panelists as well. I think it's an easy question to answer. It's key. It's very critical, the diversification. And I also believe the journey, the numbers that we've seen today and the journey has been quite outstanding. We always tend to have an eye for what we need to improve, but I think also it's important that we think about the good stuff that has been happening across not only the hydrocarbon sector, but across many other sectors, and we've seen some of these numbers today. I think if I take the lubricants business in Shell Oman, I think it's also one of the strong examples. As we look at diversifying multiple sectors of industry, I think the blending plant that we have in Min Al Fahl is a great example of also vertical diversification, right? And I think globally and internationally, where you see all the good examples, you see the questions coming around how we can limit exporting raw material or raw molecule and start to process it so that we can create more value for the nation. And I think it's the living example, again, of many of the industries and companies that we've seen today. But if I talk about what we are doing in Shell Oman as well, we started with a very, I would say, conservative volume, to the point that we reached at one point 100 million liters of local consumption and exportation as well. Of course, diversification is not easy. It takes a lot, starting from the human capital, which I think if I compare Oman within GCC, I don't see a challenge around opportunity when it comes to human capital and development, location, logistical facilities, which are world-class. And then we talk about partnerships, and I think the partnership that we have with Shell and Oman goes back to almost 100 years ago, which the reason why today we're not only satisfying the local demand of Shell products, but I would actually share with you that 65% of Shell products in the region, GCC, is produced in Oman and carrying the Made in Oman logo.
Sure.
So definitely it's an essential for the future. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Yusuf, okay, so I think all of you are on the same page. It is critical to achieve the Oman Vision 2040 goals. How do we achieve that? I mean, how are you as companies, like how's Voltamp contributing to it? How's Credit Oman? How's NDC contributing towards that vision? And can we start with you, Mr. Yusuf?
Sorry?
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah. If we talk about Vision 2040 Oman, I believe Before addressing your question about how we are contributing to achieve the vision pillars, I believe we need to address how Vision Oman 2040 is important for us. Okay? So it's the pillars of Oman 2040 and job creation, diversification, and export growth. Okay? This is enabling us and providing the foundation for us to grow, to expand, and to reach to international markets. From manufacturing point of view, how we are contributing, how we are participating in achieving Oman 2040 vision, I believe today manufacturing sector is the main creator for high value job. Okay? And also we drive the SME growth and local supply chain development, which is essential for the government, for the nation to develop, to achieve the GDP plan, to provide more opportunities, to attract even investors. So SMEs, as we see in Mr. Tawfiq's presentation, the SME should be the foundation, okay? We need to start from them. We need to consider not only the big manufacturers, even SMEs, as attraction for investors, as enablers for the industries and for the market growth.
Sure.
Also, we in Voltam, we are focusing on technology transfer and innovation. It's not only to have conventional industries. To remain competitive, we need to deeply and fastly enter to the high technology markets. And this is what we are doing in Voltam.
Great. Murli, any thoughts on this?
So if I articulate it from three perspectives. So one in terms of people, which is critical for the 2040 vision. So we are investing heavily in terms of developing local talent. So we put in a lot of programs where graduate engineering training programs, graduate management training programs. So this would, we currently have about 12 people in the system who just moved in from universities who will be groomed into being the managers who could probably run this company over the period of time. So this is one critical area where we would like to contribute and continue to contribute. The second factor is the product development or research and development. So we have set up for people who lack of thing, we operate both in consumer space and the oil and gas space. So our investments in terms of R&D goes both into personal care, laundry and home care business, and also in oil and gas, because we identified the oil and gas industry and water treatment industry is heavily dependent on concentrates from Europe. We can develop our own products here and then do the dilution. So you only see mostly blending companies in Oman, but not manufacturing companies. So that's a big opportunity that we have in terms of moving in. The third one, which we are looking at, is a manufacturing ecosystem. Because we are short of a lot of raw materials. We kind of import every single raw material and packing material from abroad to assemble a product here, which actually ends up being a little risk on competitive ability to move into other markets. So this is another area we are looking at to see how the ecosystem can be put in place.
So we heard from industry leaders. Let's hear from the enablers, the people who really incentivize the process. So Khazain and we have Credit Oman on the panel. So we can start with Mr. Haitham and then I'd like Mr. Mohammed into the discussion. So how important is the sector and how we are enabling its growth in Oman?
Thank you for having me in this panel discussion. Actually, when you look to Vision 2040, it focuses on the diversification. And when we look for the presentation that conducted by Mr. Tawfiq, diversification, that means we need to shift from the hydrocarbon to the manufacturing. So now when we look to the Vision 2040, there are two indicators which is really important to focus on. The first indicator is that when we look to the manufacturing industry, to come up with to increase or reduce the product concentration. Now, when we look to the export right now, you will see high volume of the export come from the petrochemicals. So now petrochemicals linked to the hydrocarbons. So that means in order for us to do more diversification and achieve Vision 2040, we need to increase the concentration. That means we need to come up with a very strong industry base in terms of diversification of the products. And the second indicator also from Vision 2040 is the market concentration. Now the majority or the concentration of the export now in Oman, mainly in GCC countries and India and some of them to China. So one of the indicators that Vision 2040 try to solve the product concentration and the market concentration. Now from the Credit Oman perspective, as a company that enable Omani companies, Omani exporters, we provide a different range of solutions in terms of the credit insurance. That means we help Omani exporters and Omani companies to export their products and goods outside Oman by providing the insurance coverage in terms of the insolvency, default, or anything. And also to achieve Vision 2040, also to help Omani companies to explore new markets by identifying new buyers for them and to do matchmaking between the buyer from the foreign countries and the exporter from Oman. Yeah.
Mr. Mohammed, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Kazan has attracted investments of $2.2 billion till date and counting. How much of it is manufacturing and how are you helping these companies?
Right. Actually, when it comes to the numbers of manufacturing, it takes the vast majority of our portfolio. And that reflects how actually is important the manufacturing sector in compared to other sectors in the country and being one of the key drivers for the diversification. So if we talk about the numbers, we have more than 800 billion USD from manufacturing, small and medium. Apart from that, we also have some niche markets like food and pharmaceutical sectors, which were both exceeded 400 million USD of investment in terms of ticket size. And my colleague, Mr. Abdullah Al-Amri, will shed light on these investments and what are like the key drivers of them. So that tells how important is the manufacturing here, not only in Khazain, but the entire country. And it is actually driven by two main drivers, apart from the public-private partnership that we are part of it in Khazain, which are the business environment, basically, and how the investor journey goes on, which is very, very essential. And we witnessed actually a very collaborative model in Oman between the public and private sector and how that was driving faster momentum when it comes to attracting and to localizing different industries, not only in usual manufacturers, but I would say pioneers and innovative kind of industries to be hosted here in Oman. And we could shed light on some of these investments while we discuss in Khazain. And actually that helped us to promote the country not only as a host for industries, but rather for innovative and new technology and most efficient technologies when it comes to the type of this investment. And the second thing is actually the ecosystem, which we strive in Khazain to make sure that all the components where the investors could work, live, and enjoy at the same time within that ecosystem. So the design of the city itself, it helped us to promote an integrated ecosystem where investors could do and could entertain and could experience different components within the city itself, so which promote another angle as well, which is circularity and reduce of waste throughout the energy and resources of the production means of manufacturing.
Great. Mr. Sami, let's start the next round with something very important. So there's a lot of talk about Industry 4.0, IoT, bringing in more advanced automation. And Oman is making strides in this direction. Obviously, it's still a way to go, but the Advanced Automation Center for Industry 4.0 was launched this year in the first 6 months. and 20 factories were assessed under the Smart Industrial Readiness Index. How can we accelerate this process? How can companies become that much more automated and technology savvy?
Well, thank you. I'm so happy to be with you.
It's a pleasure, Sandalia, sir.
Well, if we talk about the industrial sector is the central pillars of economic diversification. It contributes, as we know, more than 10% of the GDP. So in order to make the industrial sector contribute more in the GDP, and in order to encourage the industries to adapt the fourth industrial revolution, I believe we should focus on some critical area and tackle some of the challenges that's facing the growth and adaptation of the industrial revolution. And one of the things that I think will enable us to achieve our goals and our Vision 2040, I believe we should create a targeted cluster pilots. Maybe we should focus on food sector, petrochemicals, and plastic maybe. And through these sectors, we only allowed the company who is willing to do AI and the fourth revolution, industrial revolution. Then I think we should showcase the result after a while to encourage others to join these sectors. Other point is, as if I'm not mistaken, we should focus on SMEs. SMEs represent around 95 to 97% of the industry in Oman. So we should focus on how to help these SMEs to adapt the industrial revolution. And what I suggest is to have SMEs vouchers, grants, which is can cover between 50 to 80% of the initial cost. And this should be covered by the government, because without incentivizing the SMEs, they cannot do. One of the other points that Mr. Tawfiq also mentioned in his presentation, I think we need to create and establish public and private labs, digitalization lab. This is so critical, so important to have that one. We should also focus on the R&D. And the government and the private sector should contribute and allocate a huge budget to the R&D. One of the things that I believe is so important is the training and capacity building, and upgrading our new skill. Lastly, I think we should also focus in creating soft loan facilities to enable the enterprises to get loans at a very short time, at the right time. So if we focus on these 4 to 5 areas, I think that will enable us to achieve our goals, Vision 2040, and also adaptation of a new industrial revolution.
That's brilliant. But is there anyone else who wants to add to it, Mr. Fatatri, Mr. Yusuf? If you can, anything else to enable and to make companies that much more future savvy?
No, I think all valid points. I think probably future readiness has to be also, I think CP plays a critical role. Sure. Yeah. Many times we want to advance when we talk about digitization or automation, and we find blockers that our machines that we have procured from several generations are now not giving us that ability to improve. So I think now also machines and equipment suppliers are becoming more competent and competitive, because if you buy a machine today that can be upgraded for the next 2 decades, I think that gives the machine a lot more positioning as well. It's also an area that is quite interesting to watch, but I think AI, for example, we saw last year the spark that AI has generated. I think in many articles now we see that AI actually is now being questioned about its governance, about its accuracy. And that's now, I think the theme for probably 26 is going to be going back and making the corrective actions that we require. So yes, we need to progress, but also I think from audit, governance standpoint, safety and all these things, we need to keep a close eye as well.
Mr. Yusuf, you also are the general manager technology for Voltamp. I mean, you look after that practice at the company. Any thoughts on this topic?
Actually, for automation and AI 4.0 industrial, we need to have policy first. Okay? We need to have a policy, and beside that, we need to have incentives program from the government. Otherwise, it will not work. Also, having clusters for specific industries, it will help, I believe. Because in clusters, we will have a platform for different, many industries, many companies, many SMEs all together will be having the same requirements. Okay? And this, I believe, it will help in expediting the movement to Industrial 4.0 and getting AI.
But does the country lack that kind of policy framework now?
Policy, also one of the things we need to have is to be agile in the policy making.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure.
Engagement of industries is must. So one side creation for the policies, it will not help. We need to have more engagement for the industries. Then I think policies will be more effective, and the impact will be more.
Sure. So, Mr. Hitam, we heard, we heard Mr. Sami said that there has to be incentivization, skill development. Mr. Yusuf said there has to be a policy framework. Mr. Fatatri said that either you shape up or you're going to be shipped out because, your processes and your machines have to be up to date. What are your thoughts on this whole topic?
Now, the first question is that as a manufacturing company, when I work as a CEO or CFO, the question is that, do we need to understand what is this all about? What kind of disruption the AI will bring to the industry? So this is really important question. So for the manufacturer, I think understanding the technology of AI is must, and to know how can that bring benefits in terms of the efficiency, in terms of the productivity, because now when you want to, for example, upgrade or do the scalability of any manufacturing, so you have to understand the equipment that will be bought will be scalable for the next 10 to 20 years, and what kind of technology that can be used in that one, because efficiency, productivity is really important. AI is making disruption in the market, and at the same time, it will bring benefit. So now the discussion in the market now, what kind of threat the AI will bring? I think there is no threat from the AI. What we need to do is to upgrade our skills to come up with the capability and competency in able to apply AI. And at the same time, if you look to the last 3 years about AI, actually, the market now moved to the democratization of the AI. So that means to make it available for anyone. So AI is bringing advantage to the market in terms of efficiency, automation, and also the productivity.
Okay. Let's just shift our focus a bit. Most manufacturing companies are dependent on exports. I think all of you will agree, because Oman is a small market and things are moving. So, in terms of export promotion, we saw non-oil commodity exports have grown up by 7.2% from January to May, reaching 2.7 billion, and mostly of them has gone to UAE, Saudi Arabia, and India. So obviously things are moving in the right direction. And I want to bring in Mr. Mohammed and Mr. Murli Sundar here. How can you enable manufacturing companies to compete on quality, innovation, and sustainability? And Mr. Mohammed, please.
Yeah, that's actually a very important question when it comes to today's economies. And looking at, again, our portfolio, We were happy to celebrate the opening of the first and the biggest animal feed and fish feed factory in Khazain Economic City, Oman Bioproduct Factory. What is so special in that project when it comes to innovation and using the technology? This project is actually adopting a circular economy approach through using the waste of others, like the green waste or the grade 4 and 5 dates, which cannot be consumed by human beings. And that makes around 70% or more than 70% of the total ingredient that they are using to produce, whether the animal feed or the fish feed in their production line, comes straight from the local communities, from the local, I would say, resources. So that gives us an advantage when it comes to like the economics of the existing resources. So that's very important to focus on how we can capitalize on that, how our industries could look into what is existing in our resources and make that into an end product, a competitive product that could reach into the shelves of like the retailers or wholesalers with a very competitive rates. And today, when we saw the product in like the markets, it is competitive when it comes to the price among other peers, and that gives us a very a very good moment to realize and to reflect on how these industries could be evolved here in the country.
Muli, you have Bahar, which is a very, very strong Omani brand, but when you go to internationally, you're competing against the tides and the Ariels of the world. How do you stand and how are you improving efficiency in terms of exports?
Okay, a couple of things. Now, if you look at our manufacturing footprint, it's largely dependent serving Oman market. Unfortunately, Oman does not have an ecosystem that could give us competitive advantage in terms of any of the raw materials or packing materials. So what happens, you import everything, and then you manufacture and you re-export back. For instance, you buy Labsa, say, from Qatar Detergent or from Saudi Arabia, and then you send back to sell into their market. Obviously, math won't work. So you're definitely becoming non-competitive in an international or even a GCC scenario. So one of the key things what the government could consider is how do you incentivize export business from here, because Oman cannot thrive only on local consumption because the market is small. So it necessarily has to build an export-oriented economic structure. So, and FMCG companies would definitely play a big role in this. Not only GCC, we also have a huge African market which is to be there for us to be tapped. So it becomes extremely critical, how do we incentivize this? Now, while incentives are on one side, the other critical thing that we need to look at is how the ecosystem that we are going to build. Because manufacturing is a circular economy. So I manufacture detergents, I need chemicals, I need packing material, I need skilled people, I need machineries, I need to automate my machineries. So it's a complete economy which needs to be set up. So how much are we looking into this? And fortunately for us, the chemicals we use and the oil gas industry uses are similar chemicals. So I think naturally we should be able to progress in that direction. So that's the second part which we need to look at. The third one is the trade agreements with countries. For instance, it might sound weird for me at least, Jordan and Egypt doesn't pay duties to export to Saudi, but Oman pays duties to export to Saudi. So we actually land up more expensive as a product in Saudi compared to Jordanian products or in Egyptian products. So we being within GCC, I think we should look at how we organize ourselves in terms of trade structures and also the sub-Saharan Africa and the Levant. So how do we structure this whole system for us to become competitive in the export market? So these are the three things which we would definitely look at.
No, we'll talk more about it when we talk about challenges or tax barriers, and I bring in Mr. Fadadi, but this, both Jindal and Voltamp have done very well in the last few years in the exports market. We interviewed Mr. Ajmal Basha, and he said that you're exporting to 45 countries, Mr. Yusuf, and Jindal Panther TMT bars is going to a number of countries, both in the region and abroad. How are you achieving it? Very quick word on your success in export markets.
Yeah. For Voltamp, I believe we worked on operational efficiency was one of the things. Then data-driven planning. I believe data-driven planning was the most stronger pillar we relied on to meet this customer and regional strong expansion and demand. So we were ready proactively to meet this demand and to meet customers' expectations. So we were able to provide and offer high quality products with lower price, and even we meet the delivery time, which was most important for customers. With this planning, data-driven planning, we were able to expand our factories and to enhance our capacity, then we could meet the customer expectations.
So, so you're circling back to being more efficient, IoT and data-driven planning. Mr. Sami, what accounts for Panther's success?
Well, in Ginda Steel, we exports more than 70% of our production. We exported to more than 40 countries. So we concentrate more on to be cost effective. This is very important. And we also working hard on the quality of our products. So our customers, they are happy to rely on us because we're well accredited, And we're trying also to reduce as much on the logistics with partners, with the very major company who can help us on this one. And on operation sides, we already focus how to reduce the cost. We are happy to announce that our DRI ranked #1 globally by Metrics, achieving its highest ever monthly production, about 6.65 metric furnace. Our steel melting shop also achieved its highest productions of 309 tons per hour. We achieved this one in quarter 3. And one of the major milestones that we achieved in 2025 is the commencement of Gindal pelletizing. Commercial production has started.
Sure.
This is a really very big milestone that we're going to have because the majority of the pellets will be produced in our company. So that will help us even compete more with international markets. We believe next year in 2026, if we get full production of the pellet plants, which is going to produce more than 6 million metric ton annually, and with the high speed of growth of DRI and the steel melting shop, that we're going to have an excellent year, inshallah, in 2026.
Absolutely. More power to Voltamp and Jindal. Mr. Fatatri, you have some thoughts on circularity and sustainability, and you've been doing this for 40 years in the country, the lubricants plants. How important is this, sustainability, energy efficiency, and circularity?
It's a great question. I think I'll answer you in a very simple way. I think the word sustainability, I think in the last decade, probably we always connect sustainability to environment, to climate, to social responsibility, and so on. But I think if we actually reflect on the term sustainability on its foundation, it's about survival, right? So in business schools in the past, we used to say sustainable business, right? And then came the whole buzz around environmental initiatives, and then the word sustainability now is we always connect it to environmental aspects. And I think that's the core of sustainability, right? What has changed is that now people became more mindful, more informed, more responsible, especially the young generations now. If you say, I'm working in oil and gas, now they are waiting for you to say also, what are you going to do to save the world, right? So I think that's how critical it is. It's about how we change our systems, processes to be also more responsible from the scope 1 emissions, right? From what we actually acquire to do our operations, to our operations and our landing product. And I can simply tell you that there are a lot of examples that we've seen in the last, at least, I would say the 3 years. That's my lifetime so far in Shell Oman marketing. We've seen a move from electricity to solar. We've moved from minimizing the time our trucks and logistical suppliers are spending on the road or in the sea. So that's all helping us save more carbon. And now also, even with our products, we are supplying the power sector. We have made acquisitions in different parts of the world that now we're providing lubricants that are biodegradable, and so on and so forth. We have a new product for the technology sector, which is saving 45% of the electricity bill of the data centers. So I think to exist, you need to be sustainable.
Sustainable, yeah. Saving the world one step at a time. So that's a good punchline. And okay, so one part is, and I want to bring in Mr. Mohammed and Mr. Haytham into the conversation, is exports. I mean, you need exports to survive as a manufacturing company. Other thing Oman needs is foreign direct investment or even domestic investment, very, very important. In this year, it's been very heartening. I think most of the SEZs have attracted almost 22 billion riyals of investment till date. Now, how do you attract more FDI into the country? How do you get more domestic investment into the country? Let's start with Khazain.
Thank you. This is actually very important when it comes to attracting FDIs. And usually investors, when they came from abroad, they would be expecting easier and transparent kind of process, so they can see what is the journey, how the journey should look like, starting from opening the CR until the establishment of the entire factory, and then after, like for the export facilitation. We strive now, we work very closely with our partners, whether from the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion, as well as OPAS and other key players from the government to remove the barriers against export-oriented businesses or also attracting FDIs. And we have seen a very serious support in that aspect. And we demonstrated various examples. And in this year, 2025, actually, we saw an increase in compare to the previous years. So most of our investments are coming from FDIs as we speak today, and that shows, of course, when there is a will, there is a way.
What incentives do you offer? How are you attracting this FDI?
One of the key incentives is the one-stop shop, actually, and also the readiness of our infrastructure. So when investors came into Khazain and they see themselves that we are ready to host them straight from day one. And we are very fast. And we have some of the examples. We spend 5 hours straight from the investor landing to Oman until he departed again. So we can do that as fast as it could be. And that's because we run this model under the PPP model, and we are from private sector. We feel the pain of the investors. We feel the pain of not getting things done. So for that, we share the same target, and we appreciate the support also from the government side when it comes to licensing and basic requirement for the investors. We saw the response. It's really getting better, and we saw the time span of establishing businesses is also getting better, and that's a key driver. And beside that, of course, the provision of basic utilities and other ancillary services that is needed by the investor. This is also a key, especially when it comes to connectivity to electricity, water, and other services, and the continuity of these services. And today also we have the importance of fiber optic. The fiber optic is one of the key requirement to succeed in the model. And we are really proud in Khazain Economic City. We have all these components all in one place, ready from day one. So the investor, when he comes, he will see us committed to do that, and we could share their experiences in that as well.
So, Mr. Haytham, so enabling environment, one-stop shop, concept to execution, time crunched, All these are great suggestions. What else can be done to attract more FDIs into the country?
The most important thing for FDI is just to provide them, access to finance. And what we are trying to do in 2026 to make more partnership with the financial institutions in terms of providing the coverage from Credit Oman, where the financial institution and commercial banks can provide finance to the companies for the FDI, for SME, for any corporate. And as you know, Credit Oman rule is to promote the export. So that means we have partnership with different stakeholders. For example, Ministry of Commerce, with Khazain, with other stakeholders and also we recently did partnership with the Oman Export Center, where that center is responsible to provide facilities and services for all Omani exporters. Because for the FDI to come to the Oman, they need to know a lot of things. For example, the legislation, the connectivity of ports and airports, whether there are different tools in the market like credit insurance or access and finance. So we need to bridge that, or we are working to bridge that gap to provide services to the FDI and to just give them the coverage, and also to ensure their production in the local market has an option for the export with the cover for Credit Oman. And I think such a tool like credit insurance can also promote and can help the FDI to take a decision to establish their a place in Oman.
That's a very important point, and good that you raised it. Access to finance, and we don't have bankers on the panel, but what do you hear? How easy it is to get finance, credit in Oman? Why don't we start with you? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
If you see in 2025, the Central Bank of Oman issued one circular, and that circular give specific mandates to the banks to finance the companies, and they identify 8 sectors, including technology, pharmaceutical, fisheries, and they set certain thresholds. So that means this will be a mandatory for the banks to achieve these targets in next 3 years. So this will be, a contribution from the bank to give a finance to the companies in these 8 sectors. And these actually the target based on the Vision 2040. Now, the rule of Credit Oman is that in case, for example, there is any, because, the bank, when they give any finance, they have to ensure there is enough security, collateral, to cover that, man. So that in case the absence of collateral or any security, Credit Oman can cover the bank, especially for the SME and sometimes for the FDI, to bridge the gap of collateral to give access to these companies to finance.
Mr. Yusuf, we'll close with you because you're the biggest FDI in the country, $3 billion. But I just want to get Mr. Yusuf, and then we'll close with you, sir. Okay. Mr. Yusuf, you have some thoughts on how to attract foreign direct investment, how to raise the domestic investment in the country?
Actually, for us as local manufacturer, I think it's not in our concentration to attract others. We need to build our own capacity.
Are you investing more in the country as a group?
Yeah. But I believe to be more attractive for investors, the ease of licensing, it's one, as Mohammed explained, and having the strong enough manufacturer base. Even we as local manufacturers, if we are reflecting the strength of our products and how we are approaching international markets, I think this is one of the attractive point for investors also to come and explore the opportunities in Oman.
So your example, Mr. Sami, I know, sorry to interrupt, $3 billion and probably counting. Yeah. You're one of the biggest examples of the success of foreign direct investment into Oman. How can we have 10 more Jindals in the country?
Right. Well, as Gindal, we are so happy to be in Oman. And as you can see, we are trying our best to expand and have more projects in Oman. But to attract FDA and to attract foreign investors and domestics to the sultanates, I do have a different view from Mr. Mohammed. He mentioned one-stop shop. I think that is an old practice. We should move ahead on that one. We need to have it systemized quickly, electronically get a license. But I think there is 3 to 4 areas that the government or some of the private sector need to focus on. The first one, the incentive scheme that we are having. The incentives that we are having currently been with us more than 40 to 50 years. And some of the incentives already being cut. So I think we need to develop a new incentives. We need to develop, well, let's call it the smart incentives. Because other neighboring country, they are always trying to attract FDA with a new and smart incentives. This is very crucial, and I think we need to think about it. If we get a very good and smart incentive, then the FDA or even the domestic investor will invest more. The second area, I think, we need to focus on energy security. This is very important. You know, we need to guarantee and make sure that the existing industries not worry about availability of gas and electricity. Plus, the lower regulation who is dealing with the energy need not to be changed within 1 or 2 or 3 years. At least the investor need to make sure that he has a 10 or 15 years. Because what's happening is, through my experience, some of the regulation change within 4 or 5 years. You're already investing billions of dollars, and later on, you know, you've been shocked that the regulation or the policy is changed. The other things, I think, in the cost of their energy. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we are the second or the third highest energy cost within GCC. So that's really not encourage the others investor to come. They might go to our neighboring countries. They have a cheap energy. The third area, I think, which we need to focus on is we need to have a smart labor policy. We are so happy that we have a new labor policy, which is announced, I believe, in 2023. But still, there is some obstacles, some challenges in this new labor policy. And that some of the investors hesitating of coming to Oman. So I think we need to modify or tackle these policies within a time frame. I believe we've been discussing this for more than 2 years. Lastly, I think, and today we had, before we joined the integration, we had a discussion on how to make Omani product compete within local market. We are having other international or GCC products coming to Oman, you know, with a very cheap prices, cost. They cannot, as Oman products, we cannot be. So I think we need to introduce some protection system to protect our local products. Some of the countries, they are doing that one.
Yes, sir.
And I think my friend here mentioned Saudi Arabia, that within GCC, we're supposed not to have custom duties. But since 2 years ago, they introduced national origin. They impose 20, sometime to 25% as we need to adapt and develop our standards. So these points, I think, need to be covered in order to develop and attract more the foreign and domestic.
No, it's very candidly. I forgot, if you have any questions for the panel, please raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you. If you have any observations, please, we'll be happy to hear your thoughts. This is a dialogue, not a one-way traffic. Mr. Mohammed, since he specifically spoke about Khazan, I think it's fair that you get a chance to respond. two things, saying their incentives probably are not as smart as they should be, and this one-stop shop is a misnomer. It has to be a continuous process. If you want to respond, please.
So yeah, actually, if we talk about the classic one-stop shop or the classic way of having like a window for interaction, yes, I echo what Sami says. But in our system, it is a hybrid model kind of ecosystem that is required. It's not only just to have like an electronic, like robotic kind of approach, rather than having someone who could also intervene immediately. So an immediate intervention sometimes is required to avoid any kind of technological glitches. And we could see this in some other like e-services. So our main intention is not to create like a very classic kind of approaches, but rather into a hybrid model which could adopt into new tech related and more efficient kind of solution. So maybe I can just give an example on how we operate our one-stop shop in Khazain. We don't have to have multiple representation from different ministries and from different authority. There is a single representation of a single body, a single person from our partners in Asyad, and he is cascading or he is coordinating with relevant respected agencies from different government. And that's how we work actually. We have a single representation, but rather coordinating with others, and that makes it also efficient when it comes to human resources.
Sure. Two more topics. I think there's only around 10 minutes left, and I want to touch upon two topics. So one is there are still challenges in the industry. I mean, in Oman there are challenges, whether it's policy, regulatory, infrastructure, all sorts of. What can be done? Give me one suggestion, and we can start with you, Mr. Hitam. Any suggestions that you have in which we can help the sector grow faster?
Now, when it comes to the manufacturing, I think to build a very strong ecosystem in terms of the supply chain, in terms of the finance, and to have this platform that can tackle any issues faced by these manufacturers. And just also to know for any manufacturer, and as the college here mentioned, that there are a lot of things in terms of the export. Now we need to see how the Omani product is more competitive in terms of the export to the foreign countries. Sure. Now there are certain tariff imposed to the Omani companies or the Omani products when we export to Sub-Saharan Africa, and also to export to certain countries. So that's mean at the high level, these things should be addressed and should be also tackled to see how we can make it very smooth to the Omani products.
Mr. Sundar, you are a practitioner and you talked about cost tariff barriers. Mr. Sami's talked about the country of origin rule which has been brought in by Saudi. What are the challenges and how do we address them?
I see two parts. One, if you look at from an Oman perspective, then I think to be learned from countries like Germany or South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, where they call GERD, right? The gross expenditure, domestic expenditure to R&D. They all hover around 3.1 to 4%. As against Oman, if you look at it, we are at 0.37%. Of the GDP is spent on research and development. Now, this is one strong area where probably this country can look at upping its game in terms of research and development, not just in one sector, but they can identify, I think I saw some identified areas which they've already looked at, but in those areas, if the R&D investment starts going up, it will be a great thing. From my own experience, like, when I came into Oman, say in 2022, and I looked at our businesses, the big opportunity I saw was R&D. Because most of the products are imported here. So we said we will. But then it's taken 2 years for us, and we've still not made a headway in local companies trusting us and giving product development opportunities. So that's something which I think the government should focus on. Looking at from our company's perspective in terms of how do we kind of grow from here. That's where we spoke about the tariffs and the incentives. Now, we are not competitive from a cost perspective because everything is imported into Oman and then you manufacture. So we need to start looking at the clusters basically. So we could create FMCG clusters oil and gas clusters, where in an FMCG cluster, for instance, we have chemicals to be made or reprocessed, packing material, the lot of polymer-based thing which we use. So all these, we need some kind of a support wherein it is, at the end of the day, when the product goes out, we are able to compete. Now, in most of the cases within GCC, I land up in another country at 12.5 to 13% more than the local player in the market. So if I have to play the game there, then I lose 13 to 14% margins straight away.
Sure.
So that's something which the government can look at.
If there are any questions, please let us know. I'll club two questions because in the interest of time. One is local content. I mean, and the industrial strategy does include it with saying that more has to be locally procured, supply chains, localization has to happen. And Mr. Fadatri, if you can come in here. And the other thing is job creation. I mean, manufacturing is supposed to be a great catalyst for job creation. Around 57,000 Omanis are working in the sector by 2024. How do you get more Omanis to join this sector? So two things. One is local content, supply chain. One is job creation. Mr. Fadatri.
Okay, I think on very quickly on the localization of supply chain, I think it's, I'm not going to repeat, I think the location, the logistics, definitely we still do import some raw material. And I think this might continue as long as the economics of doing it locally is not striking. However, I think the point around export is a very valid point because if we create the economy of scale, we would then be able to manage the economics at the beginning of the value chain. So I think, the idea is how creative we can get around it. But I think spot on I think the customs, the tariffs, the agreements. We've been also looking at Africa. I think they have the COMESA agreement, which makes it very hard for Omani products to enter Africa at a competitive price. But if I think about the local, I think one is really data and transparency. If I want, and I'm talking now about SMEs, if we want SMEs to succeed, I think investment is one thing, because in many cases we've seen small and medium companies coming, making offers, and they have done a lot of work. But when it comes to showcasing their processes, their structures, their quality audits, internal processes, I think that we usually had, in some situations, very tough time, and we had to say no. Sure. But there are also examples where we've taken those SMEs, we've made a lot of interventions throughout the process, and it's heartwarming that we see these SMEs now winning new business, and they come and tell us we have copy-pasted some of the stuff that we learned working with you at Shell. So I think it's yes, capability systems. This will bring more trust in the local supplies, and eventually will create that ICV element as well. Sure. In Oman.
Mr. Yusuf, any thoughts on this?
For local content, I believe there is a need to have a national platform, which is gathering all policymakers, authorities, investors, and SMEs as well. So this will provide a clear picture about what are the requirements, what is the needs in the country, and how to develop SMEs in a way to meet these requirements. For job creation, again, today the incentives which government is providing, it's general. So there is no specific incentives for high technology skills which is required and how to build these skills. So I believe the government need to think in this way.
Sure. Mr. Sami?
Well, at Gindal, we are make a very strategical decision that all our local needs for our projects should be signed to SMEs. We have more than 20 to 30 companies. We are spending more than 20 to 30 millions a year to support the SMEs. For job creation, we have our own academy at Gindal Steel, and we always try to upscale our Omani employees, actually. And I'm happy to announce also, inshallah, during next year, we're going to have a cooperation with Minister of Labor to create our Gindal Center for Skill Development.
Great.
So that will suit our needs for the existing project in Gindal Steel, Sohar Steel, and pelletizing, and or for the upcoming project in Adoko. By the way, in pelletizing, we are committed to have 70% Omanization. Also in Adoko, 70% of Omanization already committed to the government. So we are happy with the Omani employees with us. We wanted to train them more, upscale them more.
That's great. 70% is a huge number.
Yeah.
Mr. Mohammed, when someone invests, do you put any of these conditionalities on them in terms of local procurement or job creation?
No, actually, when it comes to our role, we basically work as a landlord, but we work closely with our government partners as well. So whatever is transferred through the government, we will comply, and we will ask our tenants basically to comply. But of course, immunization, local resources is always supported, and we have seen this. Relation is not only driven by the government side, but rather as initiatives from the local or from the investors themselves, and we saw good models or good numbers where, for example, even in Khazain itself, we proudly reaching almost 100% of Omanization in our organization, and that gives and tell how an organization could be efficient using local resources.
This is a very important topic, and I want to bring in Mr. Sundar. Mr. Tawfiq also showed us some numbers when there's a huge gap between the number of expatriates and Omanis. Particularly, you also mentioned about senior management. Are you trying to bridge the gap some way?
Yes, I just mentioned briefly during my earlier part of the question. So there is definitely a visible gap in terms of local participation in senior management and even up to the mid-management. So this gap, what we are trying to build in our organization is the programs that we have put in, where we are calling graduate engineering trainees who will go into the manufacturing facilities, and the graduate management trainees who will get into the sales, marketing, and the corporate side of it. So we put them into a one-year program where they do a job rotation across all functions, and then they get reviewed, and then we place them in the respective departments where they show their talent to be a right fit for them. And then we grow them into junior level managers, and they will be slated to move up the cadres over a period of time. So that's one key area that we are investing in.
Any questions, please? We are going to wrap up now. Any questions? Yeah, there's a question there. Can you get a mic to them, please? Your thoughts, Mr. Hitham, this is an important topic. On both in terms of strengthening local value chains, in-country value, and job creation. By the time the mic reaches there, if you have any thoughts. Yeah, it should be working. Why all the mics have been switched off here? Okay. Yeah.
It's working? Yeah, okay. So for us, we look to the exporters to see, because now when in Ministry of Commerce and Industry, they have an index, they call it ICV index. So we look to the exporters and to see what is the contribution of this exporter for the product in terms of the ICV index. So that gives us an indication to provide more support to help that company to export their product outside. So because now the responsibility of ICV on the government and also for the exporter to do that. From our side, we need to just see what is the achievement of the ICV index from the side of the exporter to just provide more support.
Great. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Most of you have been fantastic leaders as companies. For companies like us, you have shown the path in terms of exports. We ourselves today, in our flare packaging systems, we export 70% of what we produce. But we are beginning to see challenges, and I'd like to hear from yourself as to potential strategies to offset those challenges. And the biggest challenge is ICV, something that every country today is doing, which means everybody is saying, make in Oman, we are saying, make in India, make in Saudi Arabia, make in Emirates. So it's a double whammy for us now, right? That we don't get enough support, let us say, in terms of commercial advantage in country, plus the volume of the business in Oman is small, so we have to go outside. And when we go outside, we have a challenge because those regulatory bodies in other countries are asking us to manufacture in their country. So could you please, any of you can take that question. I have another question after this, after we hear from you.
No, why don't you say, when do you complete both the questions, we'll take it at one go.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the second one was, we are all talking about, carbon reduction, carbon credits, how to reduce pollution, etc. And we are all want to be part of it, right? But I'm not seeing a mechanism where somebody certifies locally how much carbon have I actually reduced. So is there some ideas that you gentlemen might have that could help us? Those are my questions.
Yeah, please.
Well, if you allowed me.
Yeah, please go ahead.
The first question is really a dilemma. But I think each country has to work and incentivize on how to develop the ICV. Unfortunately, in Oman, we're asking for ICV, and we pay so much attention to it. And unfortunately, there is no mechanism to encourage our local products to be localized. I think if I take example of the Saudi Arabia, they really work hard in ICV, and they wanted to localize. That's why they impose some custom duty to Oman and to GCC country, because they want them to go and establish their industry in Saudi Arabia. And they are really successful. From my experience, I know some of the industries in Bahrain and in Kuwait, they already stopped their operation because they cannot afford paying 16 to 17%. Other way around Oman, we don't have this protection of our industry. We said, yes, we wanted Omani products, but we're allowing the other products easily to come Oman with a penny cost. I used to be the Director General of Standard Methodology. We only take 5 riyal for the certificates, complies of certificates. Rather, when you export to USA, you have to get Emirati quality mark, and there is a fee, notification body. It costs you sometime 1,000 riyal or 2,000 for 1 year to allow you to go there. When Oman, they are coming easily. Other countries are coming easily. So in order to develop and strengthen our ICV, I think we need to overlook of these challenges, especially how to protect our products in Oman. And by default, I think they're going to work hard in increasing their in-country value.
So I don't know whether you're satisfied with the answer. Yeah.
I think Mr. Sami has listed the challenges that we are facing.
Yeah, sure.
I'm actually looking for a solution.
Yeah, I guess probably that's another discussion that we need to have.
I'd like to hear from the gentleman from Voltam.
Yeah, please.
Because he's more related to the kind of manufacturing we do.
Yeah. So I believe in Voltam, we relied on 2 things mainly, or 3. One is our product quality. In the markets which we entered, they have manufacturers, local manufacturers, who are producing same products, but we showed and we convinced them by our quality. And quality started from Oman. So whenever we are reaching, whenever we are approaching as an international market, they are asking about how you are doing in Oman. Okay? So support which we got from government, from authorities in Oman, from customers in Oman, allowed us to be more stronger in global markets. For quality, I believe we need to have some regulation from government with high standards of quality testing and certification. So this will give a good indication for all international markets about Omani products. Second point was technology. In Voltam, we were having our own design team who are connecting with customers and tailoring the product based on each customer needs. So this was one of the strengths we were working on. Third point is data-driven planning. Again, there are countries which we are targeting who have the local factories, but their demand actually is further higher than what they are able, their own capacity. ICV is new as index, as a terminology, but supporting locals, it's from the beginning. Everyone is trying to support his local businesses and factories. So this is the fact which we need to align with. Then from other side, how to prepare ourselves for the competition.
Was on saying that there's no certification for the reduction of carbon. Like you don't have a carbon credits kind of a system. So, Mr. Fatatri, do you want to take this? Is there a system and what can be done if not?
No, I think I haven't seen a regulated system, to be honest, but I think so far we, like at least internally in Shell, we do have yearly targets that cascades across the organization, and that we are not very restricted around where it comes from, but as long as at consolidated picture we get the saving, we get that. I think when we talk to our customers in Oman, usually we don't hear that this is already part of the agenda, but I think it's definitely should be something that part of these forums, you know, kind of push. I just want to tell you something on the first question, if you allow me. I think just adding to the points that the gentleman has mentioned. I think really, I'm not an expert in your sector, but I think there is a rule that I always go by after 20 years, which is a good product is good, a cost competitive is even better, but a differentiated one is really what moves the needle. And the second thing is really partnerships. I think at the end of the value chain, it's the decision maker, the user, is who will decide where to buy from, right? And I think the idea is the value proposition, where in Shell, and many times what we've done is to go and do partnerships. And these partnerships allow us, because how we see the quality, the technology, the synergies is what makes us even, you know, in some cases more competitive than the local competition. But it's trends, and we see globalization and then self-sufficiency and then back to global. We have to strive in a way.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Mr. Habibullah, I don't know whether you got the answers to your questions, but yeah, you can take this discussion offline. We have to close. Please, thank you very much. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists for giving us such a wonderful discussion? Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Mayank and all his esteemed panelists for this engaging conversation that will move this sector forward. Now we will take a 20-minute break, and we should be back here at exactly 12 because we have two exciting sessions happening up next, which is Mr. Abdullah Al-Amri's session from Khazain Economic City. We should be looking forward to that. We also have an exciting and engaging workshop or lab on the topic, a unique approach to identify profit leaks for manufacturers. Those will both happen after the break, so we'll be starting at 12 and having both sessions. Enjoy the break and see you at 12 sharp. Thank you very much. One of Oman's fastest growing economic cities with strong experience in commercial development, investment analysis. He leads initiatives that attract both local and international investors to the country and contributes to Khazain's long-term economic growth. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you had a great and wonderful break. Within this quick presentation, I'll give you a quick brief about Khazain Economic City, what we offer, what is Khazain Economic City offers to local and international investors. So basically, Khazain is an integrated economic city where our vision is to build a world-class integrated economic city where investors can live, work, and entertain within the facilities. Khazain has all different components. We can see here in the slides, we have the logistic and warehousing, we have industrial and free zone, we have residential components, as well as we have social infrastructure, business and technology, and retail and entertainment. As you can see, the master plan of Khazain, it's a 52 million square meter, and we are following the rollout model where we develop the city in phases. So we develop phase 1, we attract investors either locally or internationally, and then we move to phase 2, 3, and so on. Just want to highlight the strategic location of Khazain Economic City. According to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning, Khazain Economic City is located within the Greater Muscat project. And it's only 35 minutes away from Muscat International Airport, 30 minutes to Suwaiq Port, also around 2 hours to Suhar Port, as well as 2.5 hours to the borders with UAE, and approximately 4 hours to the Saudi Arabia borders. So additionally, Khazain, you can reach the majority of the Omani population within 2 hours from Khazain. Moreover, in Khazain, we have the first dry port, which is Khazain Dry Port. It's an international dry port that does all the functions that any seaports do here in Oman, and it connects all the seaports in Oman, such as the Duqm Port, Suhar Port, Salalah ports, and so on. It connects them together and deliver those services from Khazain. Here are some of the incentives that Khazain provides to investors, either local investors or international investors. We've talked about the strategic location of Khazain. In Khazain, we have flexibility and availability of the land sizes. The land in Khazain starts from 5,000 and its multiples. We've talked about the dry ports. Developed lands with full infrastructure. In Khazain, we provide lands with full utilities, roads, electricity, fiber optics, water. We have the concept of plug and play. Even the plots and lands are ready to be occupied by investors from day one. Also, Khazain is situated within a highly populated area in Oman. Also, we have ready staff and labor accommodation. This is another solution where it can reduce the investment capex of investors, so they can rent the current labor accommodation instead of build their own. Also, a part of Khazain, we have 2 free zones. One free zone is for logistic and industrial use, and the other free zone is for commercial use. When it comes to the lease rates in Khazain, we also have a very competitive rates. We have and different options. So we give some relaxation for the first few years in Khazain when it comes to the annual lease. We have another option, which is the leasehold option, where investors can buy the contract for the long term or for the full term, and they will get approximately a discount of 65%. Also, our agreements with investors is for 42 years. This gives kind of clarity when it comes to the rules and regulations, when it comes to the commercial terms as well. We have also in Khazain a one-stop shop where all the permits, all the approvals will be issued from this one-stop shop. We have another solution which is ready-built warehouses for those who are looking for ready solutions. Also, we have 100% foreign ownership, and we have some exemptions when it comes to the tax reduction and raw materials, as well as we have the freehold option for the commercial and residential plots. Here, for the free zone incentives, we have additional incentives beside the mentioned ones. We have exemptions from custom duties on export and imports. The Omanization level in the free zone area is much lower. It's only 15%. No minimum capital requirements. We have also custom bonded zones, as well as we have exemptions from income tax up to 30 years in the free zone area. This slide is the main slide when it comes to the phase 1 of Khazain. These are the main anchor projects in Khazain. In red, number 1, we have our headquarters. And as you can see, in front of the headquarters, there is the highway or the expressway, connects you all the way to Muscat and to Suhar. The green area is the food city. It's a 1 million square meter. And the main project in the food city is Silal Market, or it's the fruits and vegetable market. And it's mainly for the wholesale. Number 3, we have Truck Plaza. Since we are building a well-organized economic city, we don't allow any random parkings for trucks in the city. So all trucks will stop here within the Truck Plaza, and it's free of charge for almost 3 days. Number 4, we have the dry ports. In front of the dry port, we have the logistic park, where all big players in the logistics sector are located here. Number 6, we have the free zone, and this free zone dedicated for logistic and industrial activities. In the blue area, we have number 7 and number 9. These are where we can give a logistic and industrial plots based on the investor requirements when it comes to the size or the cluster type. We have plastic, we have pharma, we have food, we have logistic, depends on the investor requirements. In the middle of each block, you can see the yellow area, which is the labor accommodation. The idea that we have in the center of each block, we have the labor accommodation allocated across all the blocks in the master plan of Khazain, where even laborers inside the city, they will not need a transportation modes. The maximum distance from any factory to the closest labor accommodation is 8 minutes by walking. So also we have number 10, the auto hub, which is the centralized market for new cars and second-hand cars, as well as we have technology and business park. Quickly, these are some of the real projects of phase 1 in Khazain. On the top right there, that is the largest logistic company in Qatar. It's called GWC. The local name here, they call it Flag. They provide 3PL and 4PL services. Also here in the top left, we have Silal Market. This is the fruits and vegetable market. Here we have Galfar, and we have in the bottom right there, Al-Adrak labor accommodation. These are all real pictures and real projects. Here, another different projects in different sectors. Good to highlight that many of the projects in Khazain is structured as public-private partnership. And this supports the Oman 2040 vision, where it's capitalized on the private sector investment and private sector engagement. So lots of projects we can talk about. For example, the fruits and vegetable market is one example of the public-private partnership. The dry port is another example of the public-private partnership, and other projects in the city. In Khazain, we don't have heavy industries. We have only light and medium industries. So these are the 6 main sectors we are targeting. We have logistic sector, industrial sector, food sector, pharmaceutical sector, clean energy, as well as business and technology. I will skip a few slides. We have some numbers in each sector. How much is the investment value? How many investment projects we have in each sector? For the sake of time, I will jump to the main slide that summarizes the main achievements that has been done the last few years in Khazain. So as today, the total investment value in Khazain exceeds 2 billion. And as my colleague Muhammad explained earlier, that the majority is foreign investment. More than 60% of these investments are foreign investments. And around 500 million is the local investment. We have more than 19 nationalities that has invested in Khazain. So far, we have signed more than 170 projects in the city, and around 15 projects out of these 170 are from the SMEs. Also, we have more than 44 projects in the construction stage, and we have created so far more than 2,000 jobs or direct jobs in the city in these 6 main sectors. These are our strategic partners in the city in different sectors, in logistics, in manufacturing, in food, in the pharmaceutical sector as well. These are the main nationalities that has invested in the city so far, and by that we have came to the end of the presentation, and thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you, Abdullah, for this presentation. It is time to move on with a workshop. But if I could please ask some of you to come forward to join us at the front seats, that would be really nice for the presenter. Our next presentation is very important. It's a really workshop or a lab that will add a lot of value here. So the topic will be a unique approach to identify profit leaks for manufacturers, and this lab will be conducted by none other than Mr. Naveen Narayan, Group MD at SSA Group Consulting Group. Thank you very much for coming forward. It would look really nice. So Mr. Naveel is a highly appreciated and accomplished management consultant specializing in strategy execution, lean transformation, supply chain excellence, and change management as well. With a career spanning nearly 2 decades, he has established himself as a trusted advisor to numerous organizations across the globe. Over the years, he has gained invaluable experience when it comes to working across Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and also Africa regions. His expertise, insights have provided a lot of instrumental positive change and driving into achieving operational excellence. And for his different clients, and some of the clients that we can mention are DHL worldwide. We also have Pfizer, Pharmaceuticals, Nortel, and many other clients as well. That's just to name a few. And throughout the Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa regions. So his ability to identify opportunities, optimize business processes, and implement effective change management practices has consistently delivered outstanding results for his clients, leading him to improve performance for the clients, of course, profitability, and also customer satisfaction. Let's welcome Mr. Naveen Narayan to do his presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. I'll try again. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. This is a workshop, not a talk, so your participation is as important as my talk. I don't want to, I understand I'm standing between you and lunch, but I'll do my best to keep you entertained. So this is a very interesting challenge that OER team lobbed my way. They said, give us an activity that will, use AI and then in the context of business improvement for manufacturing. So this is version 1 of what I have created. So please pardon me for errors and omissions. But I'm so excited by the opportunity that AI presents. It has virtually democratized the access to information and a lot of things that were beyond reach of common man, like creative work, data analysis, coding, and so on. So every day, I feel like a kid in a candy store discovering new features and the potential it holds. It's also a bit unnerving for most of us because it's a completely unknown beast that is also evolving at a breakneck speed. So it's very natural for people to also feel insecure about how AI is going to disrupt the skills that they possess. How is it going to impact the future of employment as we know it, and so on. So recently I had a career, fair in my son's school for year 10 of GCSE. And the intent of the fair was to tell the parents what options are available for kids to take as courses or elective courses in year 10, which becomes the foundation of what they would pursue going ahead. So I was really in a dilemma going in. because, when you're in a peer group of parents and everyone is excited about, what's, latest and greatest. So most people were biased towards, let's let our kids take a course on computing, AI, and so on. But I took a slightly different approach. I chose the courses that I believe will never be disrupted by evolution of AI. So I chose business and economics, which sounds very boring, but come to think of it, right? The human need to create value to survive and build wealth is never going to go away. An understanding of where value comes and goes will not go away. So this is the backdrop of the times we live in. And therefore, I have taken up an interesting challenge of how I can democratize or give access to a lot of the things that were only in the domain for consultants so far, without putting myself out of business, right? So it's a very interesting challenge because if your business is premised on just solving an inefficiency, which eventually the client will figure out how to solve that inefficiency, then you're no longer needed. Then you're just delaying the inevitable. Like what happened to the taxi industry all over the world, right? When the apps came, invariably the guys who resisted it, who were against the tide of appification of taxi rides, went out of business and they had to. So we don't want the same fate for our industry. So I have an interesting activity if you would like to do it with me towards the end of this workshop. I welcome you to do it. I'll give you a code to scan. It's best done on a computer. If you cannot do it this afternoon with me, you can do it later. You will have the link and you can try it, both the custom GPT which I built for this workshop, as well as the data which will be used for this workshop. I'm sure you'll find it interesting when you practice it on your own, and you can probably do it better than what will come out together this afternoon. And if you get any new insights later, please hit me up. I would love to get your views on it as well. So in the next 20 minutes or so, I would like to give you a quick rundown of this idea of profit leadership. What do you mean by profit leadership and its relevance to the industry? And I'll get to it. I'll give you some background of where it came from and so on. So my name is Naveen Narayanan. I'm MD and CEO of SSA Consulting Group. I've had the privilege of traveling the world doing this work for the last 22 years of my life. As a mechanical engineer and with an MBA in international business, it is the most rewarding part of what I do, to work with businesses to create more value. And we do a bunch of things focused on strategy, digital, supply chain, and so on. And we worked with global clients over the last, SSA has been in existence for a little over 26 years now. So what exactly is profit leadership? So, obviously the words are self-explanatory. This was the seed for this knowledge, this idea was sown just around the time of COVID, when a lot of industries were fundamentally disrupted by an unknown force that was questioning their survival. And a lot of our work, which we were completely not ready ourselves as consultants, all of our work was face-to-face, one-on-one with clients. But when we were completely cut off access to even meet our clients face-to-face, and a lot of the businesses suddenly, which were thriving, which had a very good year going into 2020, were suddenly looking down, an abyss. So many of them came to us and said, how can we protect our industry? How do we prevent unprecedented erosion of profits and shareholders' equity while we tide over this crisis? So we started working with a lot of these clients. A lot of this work was online sessions where we would talk to them about how to visualize their business, where the profit leaks are, and so on. And that led to, so it took a few years to build it into a model. I and my late father, N.C. Narayanan, who founded SSA, worked on this for a good part of 2 to 3 years, and we put together a book called Profit Leadership, which I'm very, very proud of. It got published 2 years back, and it talks about a lot of the frameworks that I cover in this talk. So there have been disruptive changes that have fundamentally challenged industries. Many industries have, and now more so than ever, right? Now more so than ever, most industries are virtually questioning, do we continue to exist? I'll give you one example. This whole game of coding and app development, which has always been a domain of very specialized skills, of coding skills, and then it takes weeks, months, and finally they produce a product that's not near to what your expectation was. Because most of the apps are conceived by people who want to solve a human problem. They are not coders. Are you with me? Right? So let's say you are an expert in yoga, and you want to build an app that motivates people to do yoga, and you want an app that teaches people to do it. Or you are great at, you want to teach people conversational Arabic, and so on. So building the app has been at the domain of very few specialized people. But today, there are vibe coding platforms. Now check it out. One of them I've been poking around with is a platform called Lovable, right? If you haven't checked it out, I highly urge you to check out Lovable. It will blow your mind. You can literally talk to the AI like how you talk to ChatGPT, and you can tell it to do whatever. You can tell it to build an app. You can tell it to build a website. So you will not believe, I've been building a website to honor my late father's legacy and put his work and so on. In about 30 minutes, I completed building the website, ready to publish, right? And if I want to change something, I just have to dictate to it, hey, I don't like this color, change it to something else. Can you change the narration from first person to third person? It will just do it for you. It will write the copy, it will lay it out for you, and so on. Now I'm thinking, would I ever go back to the guy who built my website? You know what I'm saying? It's a very, very fundamental question to ask, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. So, therefore, we have a leadership reality check, right? There is change. There is, higher complexities in business, but what does not change is our margins continue to keep eroding. There is constant pressure on it. And these are problems that you cannot just solve with an AI model. I wish you can give over the reins of running your business to an AI model and say, hey, take decisions for me and decide what to produce and what to. Maybe that day will come, but it still largely depends on human judgment, right? And therefore, we have to take better decisions. And someone famously said, I think multiple people said this, money loves speed. The faster we take action, the more money we make. Which means that if there is a way we can take decisions faster, the right decisions, right? Get those insights and moments of truth, you will make more money faster, at least faster than your competition. So we all want to go somewhere, right? But are we rowing in the right direction? That's the question to ask, right? So if you talk to any, like one of the privileges we have in our profession is we have conversations almost on a daily basis with people who run businesses, large enterprises, CEOs, CFOs, COOs, board members. And one common theme that emerges in all of our conversations is that they always feel they could have made more money than what they made, right? Not out of greed, but out of genuine realization that they left some value on the table. Is this making sense to you? Yeah? So when you actually look at the income statement and wonder, okay, what was the net profit we made? Or let's say, what is the operating profit we made and what is the net contribution we made to shareholders and people who put money into the business? There is always the feeling that we could have done more. And research has revealed this. So some years ago, Deloitte University Press did this research on the return on asset, one of the metric of returns from an enterprise. And they found this has steadily declined over the last about 5 decades time frame. This was done for industries across sectors. This was more US-centric, but you get the idea. So steadily, businesses have eroded value creation, so to speak. Making sense? Are you all with me? Yeah? So what has changed? And there are industries that have ducked this trend also. This is one example. There are many, many other examples. Southwest Airlines, for example, in the aviation industry in the US, which has always stood out. In an industry where people believed you can never make money, they consistently made money. Asian Paint is an example where there are multiple people have written case studies on it. How can you be in a very traditional industry where you're not innovating, your R&D spend is minuscule, you're only competing based on operational efficiency, how your supply chains are wired, how you are able to predict customer demand and generate value. So the whole profit leadership framework is about how do you become the industry leader in creating more profits, minimize your cost, and perpetuity through value addition, and so on. So to get there, you obviously need to have, one, identify what the profit drivers of your industry are. With me? So profit drivers is what are the levers that you need to crank to improve the profitability of your business? Because oftentimes when this seems very obvious when you state it this way, but when you have one-on-one conversations with people within functional boundaries, this message gets diluted. If I'm talking to somebody in warehousing, they're worried about, I need to fill out my warehouse, I need to always make sure there is availability of goods so that my customers are not complaining and my metrics don't look bad, that I have missed out on deliveries and so on. If you go to factory, their metrics of keeping the factory busy, workers busy, and so on. So sometimes the metrics get misaligned, due to which everyone is doing their best, but it's not producing the outcome that we desire. Rings a bell? Yeah? So this is one bit. So therefore, you need to have a methodology by which you can go about diagnosing profit leaks in your business, asking unbiased questions, and having a set of simple tools and techniques with which you can kind of decode, peel away the layers of noise, and then get down to what you need to take action on, what we call a signal, and then take action on that, right? Now, I hope we can do a quick survey. If not, we can jump. Let me try it nonetheless. See if you can scan this code for me. And it gets buggy sometimes. Yeah, okay. See if you can scan this code and then just fill out what are the top of the head burning issues. It should pop up if this link still works. What are the top of the head burning issues? You represent the manufacturing sector, in the country. What are the things that keep you up at night as an organization, as leaders? I'll give it another few seconds, see if there are more responses come up. Check. Great. So, okay, that's quite a list. Quality, cost, competition, productivity, high cost of finance, high fixed cost, order book, competency, R&D, low entry barrier, innovation, demand continuity. That's wonderful. Does anyone like to add some context to any one point? We'll just take 2 or 3 views from the group before we proceed. Any thoughts on? Okay, that's a great point. And demand continuity could come from obsolescence of the product. It could come from the market that we're catering to. And this is often sometimes missed because we assume that we are already in the best market and focus on making it more efficient.
Absolutely.
Like the smartphone industry got disrupted and so on. That's a great point, yeah. We will talk about that, and I'm glad this came up. We'll talk about that in the framework as well. Any other views from the room? Okay, yes.
I would say competition, basically, or the price war. Competition without thinking much of a quality or that on-time delivery. This is one of the challenge, or this is one of the things which we can observe in the today's scenario, basically. People are more than quality, they are more tilted towards the price war, as far as in specific field, basically, not in all the product, basically.
Yes. I agree with you. I was recently doing a survey of SME entrepreneurs in the context of making the framework better. And this was a moment of truth that came up just a couple of weeks back during one of my competitions. He said, sir, my peer group does not understand cost, and therefore they simply engage in a race to the bottom. They will pick up order at any cost and then end up killing the whole market. He said, unless you teach SME businesses financial thinking, we will not be able to become profit leaders. This was really a light bulb moment for me, and thanks for pointing that out as well. Yes. One more view from the room, and then we will proceed. So I gather we concur with all of these points, and they are very relevant to the framework. So thanks for confirming many of the points that I will bring up. So the common symptoms, so if somebody says our business is doing very well, we don't have any profit leaks, then I will only ask them to look at, do they have one or more of these symptoms? Do you have, delivery unmet, customers are unhappy, inventory is piling up, lack of accountability, people are, it's not my department, go ask that department, customer returns, firefighting, and all of those things. If you have one or more of these symptoms, then whether or not your financial statements reveal it, I can guarantee you that you have profit leaks in your business. You know what I'm saying? So this was a quest we set out to solve, right? And I can claim authorship for this idea, because no one was talking about this. That what is reported in the financial statements is only the partial truth, which I know the CFOs would agree with me, right? Because they can see it in plain sight. It is just not stated in the financial statement. Are you with me? You cannot state, you can mention your profits, but you cannot mention the profit leaks in the financial statement. Unless the financial reporting standards are updated, I'm sure that it's always catching up. That this year we made $1 million of profit, but our profit leaks were $500,000. Had we not had those profit leaks, we would have made $1.5 million. Are you with me? That day hasn't come. Hopefully it will come with more and more awareness about this concept of profit leadership, right? So it takes a bit of an investigative lens to look at your own business, to start asking the question where the profit leaks are. What if we would have taken differentiating actions on some of these profit leaks? Would it have created a differentiated outcome in our business? Are we waiting for an external crisis to then poke us towards taking action? Or are we proactively taking those actions, right? And Andrew Grove, the founder of Intel, wrote many years ago in his book, he said only the paranoid survive. That means you're constantly obsessed that something is going to go wrong. You don't need to wait for something to go wrong. But if you're not obsessed that something is going to go wrong and disrupt you, despite all that he foretold, Intel got disrupted. That's a different story, right? But at least he had the vision to caution. I think some good news is going on with Intel now, with NVIDIA putting money and so on. But those are golden words, right? So this is what we developed as profit leadership framework. And as soon as I see it now and work on it, I already know there is a version 2 that's on the anvil, right? With a lot of the conversations I'm having with business leaders. So my current project is to codify this into like an online learning platform so that it's democratized. It's not limited only to people who can have one-on-one access to consulting resources. But as part of this mission, I've been talking to a lot of business leaders, and it's been so many light bulb moments for me. People said, sir, we need to think about finance. We need to think about, product and market. We don't understand marketing, right? Many SMEs, I'm talking about, let's say, up to about 50 million real worth of revenues in that category, right? 10 to 50 million real sort of a revenue bucket. right? A lot of them still feel that we haven't yet cracked the code in terms of how do we grow our markets. We are good in our local markets, but we don't know if we can grow in the region. We don't know if we can grow internationally. So a lot of such gaps prevent the industry from generating the value that they ought to generate, right? But some of the profit leaks are, product, which also came up in the survey that we did. Working capital management, and we'll get to it in a bit, how quickly we are turning around capital and how efficiently we are managing working capital. The speed of execution, right? A lot of work was done in this, going back to the 80s. So Suri is one of them who wrote about quick response manufacturing, right? Where if you increase the speed of activities you do in manufacturing, from information flow to material flow, you can increase the value that you create from your enterprise, right? But this is always lost in the noise of everyday firefighting, right? The speed basically from the time inquiry came to time we delivered the order to customer. The faster we execute, the better it is. And efficiency of distribution network, a lot of caches, a lot of money is blocked in the distribution network. This is more true for FMCG and fast-moving consumer goods, distribution-based businesses that have a vast distribution network of different depots and storage points and material movement and so on. And foundation of digital systems, enabling IT systems that will create an enabling environment for you to act fast. And now with AI coming in every aspect of our life, this will only get accelerated further, where humans by nature are lazy. We don't want to take actions that are inconvenient to us. So if you can make the technology more intuitive to take those actions for us and then eliminate the burden of taking those actions, it will create more value. So just quickly touching upon before we go into the activity. So what do you mean by new product development or first time right product development? So this is the famous, the Toyota curve. So Toyota would always say, in a nutshell, what it means is that if you compare the, this is, of course, now I see beautiful Chinese cars and times have changed. So I have to qualify my statement because we come from the overhang of learning, quality is my religion, Deming is my guru sort of a mindset. But I have to qualify, I have to give props to, I bought a Chinese phone and it's as good as an iPhone and so on. But it still doesn't change the fact that Toyota did many things right. So one of the things that they got right was the product launch. A lot of effort is put at the time of researching before the product is manufactured, right? Before the die is cast, all the mistakes have been corrected so that less rework during manufacturing, right? But this was not the case with the Americans back in the day. So there is this famous story, if you look up some of the Toyota Way and some of these books will talk about. They sent one of the VPs to live in California, I think back in the 80s, when they created the Sienna minivan. And he would just observe, drop his kids to school and do everything that a soccer mom, housewife in California would do, their grocery shopping routes. And he, I think, spent a year or so just observing and making minor notes and observations about what their needs are and so on, and built all of those features into the minivan, right? Including the height and the lid and the door opening sideways and not. All of these are innovations that came from observing the customers. So the Sienna, needless to say, is the highest selling minivan in North America to this day, right? So that's the power of product design. And the Apple and Sony comparison is another storied comparison, right? Sony inspired Apple famously. And today they're no longer competing in the smartphone race. A lot of it is attributed to the speed with which they're able to launch the product. Because, the clockwork with which, you can criticize Apple for many reasons, but still the clockwork with which they launch products has been phenomenal as compared to Sony, right? Any comments on this so far from the group? Anything that you feel that you have a perspective on this point? You agree with this? The second point is working capital, which is again a very, very silent entity in the balance sheet. Usually it's spoken of by the financial, the CEOs, CFOs, FCs, and CEOs of the firm talk about this because they know how I wish we had less capital blocked, which is simply how much money is blocked in terms of your receivables, inventory that is sitting in your warehouses, right? had we had little less of this, we would be able to borrow less, right? And for a company of 20, 30, 40 million real, this could be a sizable number. Talking about 4, 5 million real worth of capital, and the more you squeeze out of it, the less will be the cost of borrowing. So that could be a decent chunk of money. The reason we added it to the framework was that when we were talking to a lot of CEOs at that stage of developing this in part of our practice also, we found this consistently fell in the blind spot, right? It just came as an afterthought in a number of conversations. They said, hey, by the way, have you looked at our working capital turnover? How are we doing on this? Or we suggested, why don't we look at it? We did this with an automotive company some years ago, a two-wheeler manufacturer in India. And as soon as we drew comparisons, this was a privately held company, or the Italian company, but they were not listed. And we had 2 listed companies to compare with, Bajaj and TVS. And the moment we compared, we found that their inventory turnover, days worth of inventory that they hold, was substantially greater than the competition. And the same set of suppliers were supplying to them. So we said something is not adding up, right? Why the suppliers are then giving more days of stock in your warehouses when the competition is leaner? So then they started investigating and figured out that their own purchasing processes were more liberal, due to which they had pile-up of capital, working capital. And that led to a lot of moments of truth in the business. So Schoenberger did this, started this research endeavor way back in the 80s. Richard Schoenberger is, by the way, the first guy who wrote about these Japanese manufacturing techniques. He wrote this book in 1982, I think the year I was born. So it goes back. And I had the privilege to receive an award from him back in the day when we got some EFQM recognition. And I didn't know about his greatness when I read his book years later. So one of the things he did was, he continues to do, he publishes this every year. He compares the inventory performance of the automotive companies and tracks them year on year to see if anything has changed. So looking at this graph, this is the inventory turnover performance of the top 3 automotive manufacturers. Can you see some trend in this graph that you would like to point out? So just for context, inventory turnover, the more the better. So if you turn inventory 12 times, that means you have 1 month worth of inventory. So any observations on this? So, okay, yeah, Toyota. So Toyota used to have more than 20 inventory turns. That means less than half a month of inventory. Imagine, right? But can you see something in the trend? It's going down. Can you guess why this is the case? Any guesses why it's going down means it's getting bad? Any guesses why this is the case? Sorry? New manufacturing places, so more sites and therefore more, okay, we'll hold on to that. The longer lead times, you mean? But it's gotten worse. Yes. No, inventory turnover has gotten worse in absolute terms, which means the days inventory has almost doubled from where they were in the 80s. Competition. They had to feed the capacity and so on. Okay, you? High volume. Okay. So there are many hypotheses to it. Yes? So there are many hypotheses to this. He couldn't. You can look up this research paper, by the way. Just look up Schoenberger's findings from leanness study. It's a nice white paper that you can get it online. And in a nutshell, it's inconclusive. So one of the hypotheses is that because of globalization of supply chains, right? Back in the 80s, the suppliers were all local. So they were just in your backyard. You'll say, hey, I need 4 rims and 3 bearings, and then he will bring it in the afternoon. So most of the things were very local. Today it's gotten more complex because money has gone after the cheapest source. The landed cost has become cheaper because global shipping lines have gotten cheaper. You can book a container for a few thousand riyals, and then you can have more stock than what you need, right? But it has also exposed to some unknown factors, which are risks that are not built into purely the money saved in unit cost. So there's a lot of debate. The debate is out in this subject, but it is something to consider, right? So variety has gone up. So there are models that will help to identify at least where we stand, right? The DDMRP is one of the models that will help us to see where we stand. Do we need 30 days stock of this item? Do we need 60 days stock on this item? And so on, right? At least to give you the insight in terms of where you stand. And then you can start turning the knob on the items where you have too much or too little of to get to the sweet spot. Are you all with me so far? So that's on the working capital. Quickly on the information and material flow. This is more in terms of recognizing. A lot of times we realize that most organizations or almost all organizations are good in reporting the outcome metrics. So if you say at the end of the year, what was your sales growth? What was the operating margin that we made? And what was the earning per share? A lot of these metrics are meticulously tracked, and it matters if it's a listed company, everyone is interested, what dividends were paid, and so on. But the metrics that don't get tracked are what we call as the leading indicators or the lead indicators, right? We are not reporting how long it takes from inquiry to order fulfillment. We're not tracking these metrics, are we? Can anyone tell me if you disagree with me on this, right? What about the speed of responding to a new quotation? Customer says, I need a new quotation. How quickly we are responding to that, right? Are we faster than the competition to respond, right? From the time order is received, how quick we are to plan the material. So a lot of these metrics don't get tracked, and this is where, when you compare, becomes a differentiating factor between industries. And you can see this trend, right? Those who brought speed into the game have fundamentally changed the game, right? You see Uber, what they did. They brought speed into the game, right? Rather than hailing a cab, you can just book and they come to you. Airbnb, just a decade ago when I used to travel to Europe, for example, I used to look at all the bed and breakfast sites and then randomly book, and I wouldn't know when I reached there, I would realize, oh, was it a good choice or bad choice. Now you just go to Airbnb, you have ratings, and even Airbnb has gotten faster now. You just click, and the number of clicks they are counting in the UI, they have one of the metrics is where the user clicks and then how you can minimize the number of clicks for them to get to the outcome. If you can reduce one click, that will increase the customer conversion rate. So they go to that level of granularity. Making sense? So that's the power of bringing velocity. So when you actually visualize your value stream and say, how have we wired our process? Value stream is simply a fancy word to say, how are we catching customers' need and then quickly delivering that value to customers? Are you with me so far? Yeah? So can you look at complexity and say, can I reduce one click? Even one click could be a big deal, right? And if you haven't studied this ever, you will find more than a click to save in your value stream, right? And here you don't need, see, one of the constant gripe we have is that we are quick to put technology to solve any problem. Are we all guilty as charged? Yeah? Anyone disagrees? You see a process array, why do we need, let's buy CRM. Let's go talk to Odoo, Zoho, and Microsoft Dynamics, and then let's buy a CRM. That's going to solve our sales problem. Yes or no? So a lot of times we jump in and prescribe the solution. We are good at prescribing solutions for ourselves. But how many times we actually looked at the problem with a process lens and say, hey, is there something deficient in the process? And can we make the process better? Technology will make it even better. But if you don't start with the right premise, technology is not going to solve the problem. Yes or no? So that's the idea of making things faster. And same thing continues in manufacturing, right? It starts with information capture where there is only exchange of knowledge. Customer says, I need 10 cartons of SKU ABC123 and plant knows 10 cartons of ABC123 is needed, or warehouse knows. That's the information exchange, where no physical movement of goods has happened. But then there is a physical movement has to happen. That's where the material flow happens, right? So you have all of the things that you can do within your factory and say, how do we make that value flow quickly in the factory or within our warehouses and so on, right? This was a quest that Henry Ford had 100 years ago, saying, how can I reduce the burden of my operators to move the goods in the factory, and said, can we lay out the plant differently? Can we make them in a linear flow and all of those things? Basically, the human quest to make things easier so that you waste less time and less resources. So Ono made this framework better. Ono from Toyota, he made this framework better and said there are 8 forms of wasteful activities we do, including transportation, movement, and waiting, and defects, and so on. The more you are able to identify and unearth these wastes, the quicker you will be in creating value. Less waste equal to more value. Simple logic, right? So you can apply this in your daily life. So I always like to give example of, I'm always working on one project or the other at my home, just to make sure I'm authentic when I teach this subject. So the recent project was with my kids, helping them to go to school faster. So you can apply this, just don't try with your wife trying to make her kitchen better. Certain projects are off the radar, but you can try with your kids, provided you're their boss. That also depends. So my kids thankfully listen to me still, and I have the privilege of dropping them to school in the morning every day. And that's a privilege I deeply enjoy. That's 10 minutes of unadulterated time and conversations I have with them when I seed these ideas to them. So this is a project we worked on last school year to make sure that we are leaving to school every day on time. It's easier said than done. You have kids going to school, or you've had the experience. You know how difficult it is. So we applied all of these principles, and we had many, many, many moments of truth. We maintained a log. Maybe if time permits, I'll show you the log on my notes. This is real work. My son is very sincere, the older one. Always the older ones are sincere. They will follow instruction. Younger ones are the brats, and you have to, it's a stereotype. So the older one was keeping the notes. Every morning he will write, yes, 7:12 we left, and he'll write a reason. Oh, I missed to pack my PE bag, or whatever. And at the end of the term, we had about 30, 40, 50 days of data, and then we analyzed it. And we found that 2 or 3 reasons why they're, the waste, why they go late. So the one factor that came up on top was the waste of, which was that? Waiting, right? Or rather, it was, they were not waking up on time. So they were always waking up at 6:30, 6:40. We have to leave by 7. So that window was too short. So we just corrected. So we made sure we go to bed sooner and so on. And many minor changes came up. They said we will pack our bags always previous night. We will never pack the bags the next morning. It's a discipline they follow to this day. So you can apply this in your daily life. And we had some phenomenal results out of that exercise. The other part of the manufacturing is to look at how much cost is being committed in every stage of your, the cost build-up. This is a slide I directly took from Toyota when I visited their factory some years ago. And the moment of truth was that they said we are constantly benchmarking among our plants worldwide. And we are looking at the entire build-up of cost. So you can see everything is built up into the final product cost, right? Raw material, labor, tooling, utility, depreciation, everything that is built up. So this could be a motor that they're building in the plant in Manchester, for example. And they would compare the same cost for the comparable plant in Europe, in Poland, or wherever they have the nearest plant. And they would have this as a benchmark. And then from there, they will start asking the question, okay, where is the gap between this plant and that plant? And where do we take action on that? So they get a lot of praise for building this culture of everyone is solving problems and so on. But one of the lesser talked about habits that worked for them to this day, you can criticize them for all you care, they didn't embrace electrification and all of those things. But one of the habits that has served them well to this day, why they are profitable, is because of this fanatical obsession to constantly look for ways to improve their profitability. And more importantly, the actions are directed towards improving profitability. Right? We glorify, oh, they have so many, lean belts and Six Sigma belts, everyone is roaming around with an A3 and everyone is doing improvements and so on. Everyone who's doing improvements is doing to improve this outcome. You know what I'm saying? The purpose is clear. So, last week I reached out to my mentor, John Biceno, one of the gurus I learned from, and I spoke to him almost after a decade and to get his guidance on this profit leadership. And I said, John, I'm very excited. I think this idea, I want to take it to the world and we want to make it online and so on. And I said, wouldn't it be so cool that I will tell all my clients that measure your outcomes and then, make them better. He said, Naveen, that's great, but hang on. Even before you measure outcomes, you need to first ask the question, what is the purpose? If they are clear on the purpose, then everything that you do will fall in line. I said, oh my God, this was a light bulb moment for me. This is when you talk to your mentors, they will just say one thing that will take you in a completely different track. So this is how they align on purpose. So everything else then falls into line, right from your leakages across your value stream can get captured in this journey, right? And last but not least, the distribution network itself is usually ignored. We have seen cases where a lot of money can be freed up by improving utilization of the vehicles, reducing the number of routes the vehicles take. These are all real projects done here. So, there are so many examples of where you can save, let's say in this case, they save 15% of the trips of the vehicle just by analyzing the routes, how they can consolidate them, have storage points, all of those things. And having the right digital system, which I spoke a lot about, but in summary, creating a roadmap that fulfills the purpose that you set out to fulfill, not just to have a scattergun approach for automation. So in a nutshell, we want to build wider moats. I always love to quote Warren Buffett because he's the guy who has consistently created value through his work. So we want to create wider moats by building capable organizations, right? So that we are not fighting a race to the bottom. So now coming to the interesting part, the Profit Leadership Diagnostic AI Co-Pilot. It's a working title. It should get better with time. But the beauty is you can go back home and build your own GPT, by the way. When I was preparing for this workshop, I realized, I suddenly felt very smart, like a coder, I could just tell it what I wanted and it just built it for me. So this is version 1, so, take it with a pinch of salt. But the intent is to show you the power of what AI can do and how you yourself can become, 50% consultant without, the groundwork or, grounding that we've had years of doing it and possibly take it from there. So you can scan this link. This is the link on the left is the co-pilot, the Profit Leadership AI co-pilot, which I will show in a second. And it's nice if you can, it's okay if you can't do this with me. I see that most of us don't have laptops. It's okay. I will show it to you, but you can follow the exact same steps when you go back and get the same outcomes, or maybe better outcomes. And I plan to train the model with more information, and it's only going to get better with time. And then we have some practice files. I just took up one of the published information of one of the companies listed here, and just to give you, just to let you know, you don't need very polished information. That's the beauty of it. You can just take information in its raw format in PDFs and what have you, and then you can run this exercise for yourself, right? So I'm just gonna show you now this activity, and then I'd love for you to participate with me so that I can get your reflections and feedback as I'm going to run these queries. Are you all with me? Good so far? Before I dive in, any questions, comments on profit leadership, framework, anything that you feel we should add to the model to make it better? Anything obvious that is missing or any insights on? Yes, please. Yeah?
Yeah, you can use this slide.
Yeah, if you just go back, please. Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
I think, okay. I wanted to have a look at this slide.
Okay. Okay, you have a question or?
No, I just wanted to have a look at the slide.
So this is the profit leadership co-pilot. Now what I'm going to do is, if you give me a second, I'm just going to, okay, so step one is I have taken 3 fields from, or 3 files from the published information, which is the income statement, the balance sheet, and cash flow statement. You can add more, you can add the management commentary and all of those things. Okay, so, okay, there we have it. Now, I have just created a set of prompts that, that I'm going to now, these are available in the folder that I have shared, by the way, so you can try them yourself. So, I have a set of 10 prompts. Hopefully, by the end of the exercise, I will have some pointers in terms of where I need to look further for, for action. And in setting this up, one of the so I have fed about 3 or 4 sources of information for this. So one of them is I have fed my profit leadership model. So I said what are the 6 levers where you look for profitability. This deck, its content, and everything has been digested by the model, right? The second piece of information that I gave it is a list of about 100 typical profit leaks in a business across these areas. So as a distribution, high distribution cost because of poor route planning, or high manufacturing cost because of a lot of rework or low overall equipment effectiveness and therefore low throughput and all of those things. And few ancillary information like what is a project associated with it, what is the typical time frame for that project, what is the KPI and so on. Right? And few other information like how does a project charter look like, what is the goal, and those things are mentioned here. So some of the questions that we have is, now the first prompt is upload and analyze the financials. I'm uploading the last 3 years of financial statement and so on. Please analyze the major trends in revenue, gross margin, and operating margin, working capital, and cash flow, and summarize the top 5 financial insights. Okay. Now let's see what it returns. Okay. Okay, so looks like this company has done well from growing its revenues. So first it says revenue trend. Revenue is not the core problem, margin and working. Okay, it's already saying revenue has grown at a CAGR of 12%, indicating effective price, volume, and all of those things. So they seem to have done well for themselves in growing their revenues. And gross margin trend also seems to have done well. Wow. The 24 especially has been good. So it says gross margin has improved about 12 percentage points. And profit leadership interpretation. It indicates that factory cost stabilization, possible improvement in sourcing, mix product efficiency, and so on. Operating margin trend, strong operating. So this company was losing money 3 years back. So they have had great momentum in turning around and building strong operating margins. So far, so good. But possible profit leaks, high logistics distribution cost, increased customer acquisition retention cost, possible. The reason it is saying is because cost of sales improved faster than revenue, okay? And G&A is growing moderately. Selling and distribution costs are rising fast, consuming parts of gross margin gains. So possibly this is an area to look at. Working capital trend. So inventory has increased. So 2024 sharp working capital spike likely due to overproduction. And receivables has remained high relative to revenue and payables stable. So working capital is definitely an area it's suggesting to look at. Procurement efficiencies, analyzing the slow-moving stocks, and credit control, customer collection discipline, and all of those things, right? So what are the top 5 financial insights? It says strong revenue recovery, yes. Gross margin, operating profit turnaround is impressive. Working capital, good. Any comments from the group so far? Anything that you would like to see? I just don't want to follow the prompts. Any questions you have, we can go slightly off topic here. Should I do another prompt and then take it from there? Okay. Yes. Uh-huh.
Coming out of COVID, this company has been able to, register such a remarkable turnaround. So
Absolutely.
kudos to how they've managed things.
Yeah. It's quite a. That's why I wanted to take a local sort of a example so that it's very relatable and you don't need to go by the pace of market growth. You can outpace the market by executing well and so on. Okay, so let's. My next query is what? Let's see. What is my next query? So based on 3-year financial data, identify the key financial symptoms or anomalies that could indicate deeper operational issues. Keep it simple and CEO friendly, okay? I'm not asking it to find problems, but I wanted to look at what are the financial symptoms and is there any underlying operational issues. So, okay, right off the bat, because it spoke about inventory spike, it's saying that inventory jumped. So this could, single move would have absorbed more than 2 million of cash, wiping out much of the profit. So weak forecasting and so on. Cash generation is not keeping up with profit. So I believe operating profit increased, but business is profitable, but I think the cash flow, operating cash flow was impeded in 2024. Selling and Selling and distribution costs are growing faster, so possible inefficiency. So I think this talks to the lever of distribution cost in profit leadership framework. And this is an area possibility. Look at logistics, route planning, delivery model, and so on. Receivables are persistently higher, and payables not expanding in line with. So overall working capital management could be an area. So working capital, cash flow, cost to serve, distribution, selling cost, some of these areas that are worth investigating further. Okay. Any comments from the group so far? Is this making sense or you think it's too... okay. Translate financial symptoms into operational root causes. Okay, let's see what this says. Now translate each financial symptom into possible root causes across procurement, inventory, production, planning, maintenance, warehouse, commercial, and leadership. Okay, so we have procurement, inventory, production to capacity, not to demand, batch sizes driven by machine setup, planning, forecasting accuracies, integrated S&OP, maintenance, unreliable machines, unplanned stoppages, warehouse, commercial, sales push, last minute orders, promotion, cost volatility, leadership, culture of never run out of stocks leading to defensive. Okay, by the way, don't take it as a critic. I myself don't know what outcome it will generate. It gave me nicer outcomes yesterday when I ran it, but I fed more information this morning. I said, let's make it real. So I fed about 100 profit leaks that I believe are, because it was just coming up with things around only supply chain, which was not realistic. It has to be balanced. Sorry? So, yeah, it's the right answer. Yeah, not the nicer version. So, cash flow, okay, cash flow, procurement, inventory management, production, planning, maintenance, breakdown causing uneven production cycles, warehousing, ineffective stock rotation, writing off aged items, commercial, weak collection discipline, leadership, selling and distribution, and so on and so forth. So you get the drift, right? We're not going into each one of them. And it is giving you possible root causes and all of those things. So in summary, it says across all symptoms, 4 enterprise-level root causes emerge: weak S&OP and demand planning, procurement not aligned to consumption, commercial priorities conflict with cash, high credit-free deliveries, working capital governance, and so on. Okay. Now, where were we so far in the journey? We said, okay. So using the 100 items, so this is the information that we have given it, profit leakage library. Okay. So using the 100-item profit leak library, map out each root cause to specific profit leaks. Show me which leaks are most likely affecting our business. So, okay, top 15 most likely profit leaks. So working capital, yes. So this is from the list. So it's saying PL0102 is from the list of 100 leaks that I gave it. This list can be expanded, right? So overstocking, possibly. Slow-moving and absolute inventory buildup. Batch size-driven production creating unnecessary WIP. Receivables-related weak customer collection discipline, billing delays, payables leak, paying suppliers too early, not optimizing DPO. Let's look at production maintenance leaks. Producing to capacity, not to customer demand. Long changeover forcing large batches. Scrap rework hidden inside cost of sale. Unplanned downtime requiring buffer inventory. Reactive maintenance culture creating volatility. These leaks feed directly into overproduction and so on. Warehousing, poor warehouse layout, no visibility of aging, expiry. Commercial go-to-market, cost to serve. Sale over forecasting to secure internal targets. Okay, so likely profit leaks heat map. We can obviously sharpen it with more data saying, okay, why do you say manufacturing? And you can feed data of rejection, rework, and all of those things. Working capital, distribution, cost to serve, production maintenance, warehouse logistics, and leadership governance. Okay. Comments? Questions? Yeah? Are you coming along? Okay, quantify the impact. You can keep going. Okay, let's. Okay, I want to generate some initiatives. I want to show you how a charter looks like. So we'll go fast on these prompts so that it has a continuity of what we are doing. Okay. So top 10 profit leaks: excess inventory, poor planning, slow-moving obsolete stocks, long customer credit, weak collection, okay, distribution, loading, underloaded transportation, rising selling and distribution cost, more trucks on the road, necessary fuel, driver, maintenance, all of those costs. Batch-driven production, WIP, FG, unnecessary inventory, long lead times, Cost to serve customer pricing does not cover true cost of delivery. Improve margins. Okay, it says upside. Okay, by the way, it's suggesting upside 10 to 15% reduction in FG, faster order cycle. Improved margin 1 to 2% without raising prices. Sales over forecasting, reduce forecasting error 20 to 30%, major reduction in safety stock and firefighting. Producing to capacity instead of demand, lower cost of goods, reduce FG by 10-20%. Siloed decision making and so on. Okay. So with these leaks mean financially about 2 to 2.5 million, cash tied in inventory about 300 to 700K in receivables. Transportation costs, energy overtime about 5 to 10% margin erosion. Upside in fixing about 2 to 3 million, cash freed up 1 to 2% margin uplift without price increase, low volatility, and so on. Looks promising so far. We can make it sharper. The key is to convert insights into actions, right? Otherwise, it just remains analysis, which looks good on paper. Let's see if we can prioritize improvement areas. Again, this need not be perfect, but at least it gives you a first cut to then start homing in on the areas that matter based on what you truly believe are priority areas. So from these leaks, prioritize top 10 improvement opportunities using impact, ease of implementation, and time to benefit as criteria. So top 10 improvement initiatives, it has given, let's see if it has tabulated it, so that way we can look at it. Okay. So CEO summary, excess inventory, accelerate collection, supplier terms, optimize transport and delivery, strengthen S&OP, reduce batch size, cost to serve. I would ask it, more pointed question on manufacturing efficiency. Probably that's an area where I feel it kind of skims over because of, this is probably future refinement to feed some specific information in terms of production, first time right, and manufacturing cost, and give it nuanced information in terms of labor distribution across functions and so on. So now convert initiatives into list of profit. Now, wait, I will now quickly go through a couple of prompts and then probably get to okay. So it is giving you the titles for initiatives: lean batch size, optimize flow, customer cost to serve, segment and margin recovery project, embedded true cost to serve, reduce write-offs, stop over ordering, MOQ, leadership alignment, departments unified and goals, and so on. I want to show you how the project, okay, add a purpose line explaining why. Okay, we'll skip this one. Create a simple 90-day roadmap showing how these initiatives could. Sorry, somebody had a question, comment? Combine the prompts together, you're saying? Yeah. You can actually give all the prompts together also. That's the power of, the computing power. So, okay. Now, draft a project charter for one initiative. Okay, so I'm saying pick the highest impact initiative and create a succinct project charter for the initiative, saying what is your goal, So I've fed it a project charter template. So what is a business case? Inventory, okay, it's taken inventory. Sharp increase in 2024, tying up so much. Problem statement, high working capital, and so on. Goal statement within 90 days, reduce total inventory by 20 to 30%. Establish a sustainable forecasting inventory policy framework. In scope, out of scope, KPIs. So you can really go to town with this. So again, this is just to show you the power of what AI can do. The more information you feed, the more insights you give it, the more sharper the outcome will be. And the possibilities are endless. So it got me thinking this is definitely going to put us out of business. But then I kind of consoled myself saying that, all the experience that we gathered over years of doing this and figuring out what works, what doesn't work, AI can never take it over, right? Just because it is telling me these are top 10 initiatives, it does not mean I'm going to accept them. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what will work, what will not work, right? So it's telling me you can save $1 million worth of inventory. Is it realistic? Can I make those changes? But if it's not million, maybe it's 200,000. Okay, I will take it. But this is where my logic and my reasoning is always going to override what it's going to tell me. But that whole burdensome process of looking at all the numbers and giving me the insights and 20 more questions I can ask it, those things I would love for AI to take over, right? So in summary, what it, So in summary, these were my reflections. There are parts of what we do as leaders, as consultants, and as anyone doing knowledge work, whose livelihood depends on taking informed actions, informed decisions. So there are two parts to it, right? Going back to lean science, it says focus on value and make value flow. So for me, value is getting the moment of truth as quickly as possible so that I can tell my teams what actions to be taken. Now, those actions cannot be done by computer. It has to be done by people. So how quickly I can get to those actions is where I derive value. And to reiterate, money loves speed. So anything that you can reduce delays, the cost of delays gets saved. If you can improve your decision quality, if you can amplify opportunity, and I won't read out all of it, you get the idea. So future of work is going to be a confluence of human and digital intelligence. The more we understand how to use this power, this enormous power of artificial intelligence that we have been bestowed with, it's so accessible and so democratized. But our decision and judgment is critical. We are the ones who will decide what is the context and what are the prompts to even ask. Ethics in decision making, storytelling and influence, right? Intuition, motivating teams, managing ambiguity. The computer can do the rest of the things, right? It can visualize data, it can extract dashboards, it can detect patterns quicker than what we can do. It can predict analysis, simulate workflows, and so on. So it's not a strategy in my view. It's not going to reduce, if anything, it will amplify the impact that we can create. It's not going to reduce our impact. This much I'm convinced. So the new transformation playbook hinges on speed and clarity. We decide faster. We don't need to wait for days and weeks for people to churn numbers and make human errors and all of those things. This can happen at the snap of a finger. Yesterday I had a meeting with a CEO. Before the meeting he said, Naveen, I came prepared for this meeting. This is my meeting preparation. I told ChatGPT I'm meeting the consultants. What do I need for this meeting? He said, I don't need my personal assistant anymore. I was very impressed, but so it's going to make people act faster, right? So AI-enabled insights, co-creation, you can co-create tremendous value. Human-guided decisions, measure, learn, adapt. Over time, the model is going to learn what your preferences are. You're going to learn what it can do and it cannot do. And together, we can create tremendous value. So that's the end of the workshop. I'd love to hear some thoughts, comments, critique on this subject, and maybe some reflections, probably few views from the room. I would love to get your, comments on this so far.
Hi, Naveen. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Good pitch level, wonderful examples. Thank you so much for that, first of all. Is it possible for you to just elaborate more on the Lovable app? I just downloaded that app and I was trying to search that.
Lovable.
It works. Yeah.
Lovable.
Yeah.
It's do it on the computer. Don't do it on the phone. I don't know if they have an app. They should have an app.
Yeah, it's an app.
But you need a desktop experience. Like you can build websites and you can. It's called vibe coding. I learned it very recently, which means it's like you just tell it and it will do it for you. Like I saw somebody do a live demo of building an app for habit tracking. Like you can just tell it, build me an app for habit tracking, my top 10 habits, like wake up, drink water, exercise, and so on. And then it has to give me a score based on me fulfilling those things and so on. And you can just use your imagination.
Okay. Are you using that?
Yes, I'm using it to build, like I said, my father's legacy website, which is built on WordPress, so I'm building it on Lovable, and it's fascinating. It's amazing, yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Naveen. In the first few slides, there was a slide about the common symptoms of profit leaks.
Okay.
And there you mentioned as number 6, the firefighting, which is interesting. If you can elaborate on that.
Yeah. I think not the literal sense of like putting out fires, but I think most of our time is spent in dealing with unpredictable events, right? The world has gotten more uncertain since the last, I would say the last 5-6 years have been extremely uncertain. You expect a shipment to come in today, world is good, suddenly there is a Red Sea is blocked, and then your shipment is not going to come for another few weeks, and then your factory is running dry. So the number of events that are, disruptive in nature, they coined VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world. Those are terms somebody coined, fancy word to the same thing. It's basically events that happen that you don't expect to happen, and that really throws a curveball. And that's what keeps you up at night. That's what firefighting is all about. Yes.
So one observation about what you took us through. So obviously this is mapped against profit leaks that happen across sectors, across industries. So you said you've identified 100 profit leaks across sectors, and you mapped this company's performance vis-a-vis that.
Yeah.
But unless we actually marry it to the actual realities that this particular company is facing, it's more of a theoretical exercise. It does sort of build a framework for it.
Yeah.
But like you yourself also acknowledged, that it's showing inventory as the biggest problem for this company, which could be definitely a problem, but could not or not necessarily result in the sort of
absolutely
value save that the model is sort of predicting.
Correct. This is more of a V1 of the whole exercise, and the future of this, the way I see it, Atulya, is again garbage in, garbage out. The more information you feed, the more nuanced the decision making will be. In my view, to make this better would be to actually give it more data than what the financial statement gives, right? Because the financial statement usually gives you the big highlight numbers, which can, tell you what is your manufacturing cost. For example, it doesn't delve into people cost, right? When we did a more nuanced exercise for the same case, where we just use this as one source of information. This is where the consultants, intelligence and insights matter. So when we did a more nuanced exercise, what about people cost? What about direct to indirect ratio here? It didn't pick it up, right? But I know that's a question to be asked. Financial statements, like in this case, they actually had reported it, but there are companies that don't report it. They wouldn't say the ratio of direct to indirect ratio. So this is an important metric to know. How are we doing in this versus our competition? What about losses in factory? What is your manufacturing yield? It's not reported in financial statement, but it's an important information that you need. What about uptime and overall equipment effectiveness of your factory? Even if you get sample data or 3-month sample data. What about service levels to customers? Hit rate, right? I promised I will deliver this much quantity on this day, but I didn't deliver it. So hit rate usually in FMCG ranges from 50% to 95%, depending on how good your supply chain is tuned, right? So the more information you feed, there are like this list of at least 25 parameters for each profit leak. When we do this in real world, we would, again, I didn't mean to oversimplify the case. This was more to illustrate the power of what AI can do. You can never take away the human intelligence from this. The consultant's insight, as well as the client's insight, because they'll say, hey, this is where it pains, this is pain here. Like, Like it is akin to saying that I'll stop going to the doctor now. If I have a pain here, I'll just take a photo or an X-ray and then I will ask ChatGPT what is my symptom. It's very dangerous. So, a hybrid model would be to say, okay, I will ask ChatGPT, okay, maybe left side, I don't know, I have kidney or gallbladder or whatever. At least I'll go ask the doctor, is my problem is my kidney or gallbladder? It's paining here and so on. So it makes you more educated, but you cannot take away the human judgment from the whole process. I don't see it coming, at least in the probably next several iterations, this can become more intuitive, where it's say, hey, you did not ask me this question. Where is this data? Bring this data. If it becomes that intelligent, then I would start to question, okay, maybe I'm missing the point here. But this gives a very great framework and a good starting point for you to dive in and start playing around with it.
Yeah, but being from the domain that I am, this is very internally focused. It is not at all taking into account the power of the customer's preferences. This seems like an FMCG company, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And for all you know, it might have benefited from the fact that there was a boycott for, European and American goods, which might not be the way forward for them, which means that the realities for them will change drastically going forward. Hopefully not. But they could. And those things need to be, again, built into this model. Because somehow it's only talking about internal efficiencies.
Correct.
It's not at all taking into account the wider environment that we are working in and the power of the consumer. Eventually, that's how you sort of sustain and survive.
Correct. You can, qualitative information, for example. If you add management commentary, for instance, it will pick up those nuances. Because there would be elements in the management commentary, directly or indirectly, saying that we had tailwinds or we had headwinds last year, sourcing costs went up or favorable customer opinion mattered and so on. So again, comes back to more information that you have, the more educated it would be. And we also have to bear in mind, the whole ecosystem itself is just evolving, right? So there is a risk of hallucination also. It will just tell you, like it gives me, if you want, I will plot a beautiful heat map for you and then everything. I said, okay, plot a heat map. And I said, wonders what's it just produces something which doesn't look like a heat map. It will just make another table and give me. So you have all those risks of hallucination also. But I think it's going to get better. This is where we will figure out more and the machine will also learn more and we'll have a closer meeting point, yes.
But it's amazing. What you demonstrated, in real time, it's awesome, really. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Like I said, I was taking a big risk to wing it because I just wanted to illustrate the power of what you can do with AI. Well, a lot of times we just have such a fantastic tool at our disposal, but we don't put it to use. There's lots can be done, and I have seen our own consulting practice, my own consultants produce greater outcome. Not because they got lazy and they pawned off their effort to AI, but I always found it helped to raise the bar because it was helping them to do more thoughtful activity. But the wisdom never went away. That's what my guy who, I asked one of my engineers, one of my consultants to do the analysis on the same business case. And I was poking him on every slide. Every slide I was asking him 5 questions. He said, Naveen, the wisdom that a seasoned consultant can ask, I cannot just use the same prompts and produce the same outcome. I'm not bragging about it, but that's what me or anyone else who's senior in the organization, the questions that they would ask can never be just delegated to a set of prompts that a junior consultant can just do and then produce the same outcome. I don't see that as a possibility. So I don't feel threatened by it.
So I have a disclaimer. UMS is into web development and app development in a big way. We've hosted more than 350 websites. Lovable is great, but it still can't take away what a local company like UMS can bring to the table when you people, all of you in the room, are creating your own websites and apps. So give it a try. Try Lovable and then come to us. We might be able to add that value to you.
I find that I thought about this myself because I have a web development company that does our website and so on. See, this is again like using ChatGPT to do analysis, right? It's the same dilemma that Atulya mentioned, is a dilemma that I face, like, oh, they have ChatGPT and they can replace us. The truth is it's more complex than that. Like, I would say to do, like for me, if I were to build a website that is slightly better than a blog, right, I would use something like Lovable. Because it doesn't give me creative freedom, right? For me to, like, I would never use a platform like this for my corporate website ever. Like Lovable, because it's not going to give me my branding cues, it's not going to give me my subtle brand extension and, you know, the messaging that I want. See, this is where, you know, people oversimplify the case. I don't think that work for creatives is going to go away by any measure. If anything, they will co-create with the client. Saying the client will produce a beta version saying, hey, roughly can you have a sketch like this, and we make it together. It's just going to make life more productive for the creatives, is what my view is. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Naveen, you didn't show us the log. Naveen, the children's log you're supposed to show.
Oh, okay. Oh, Mayank is... You thought I was bluffing. I will show it to you. So this is the log. So we have so this time is the time they log when we move the car. So that's the definition of on-time departure. So we did good on some days we did not, didn't get up on time, took too much time in bath and so on. And got up at 6:56 to leave at 7, so that also happened. So at the end of it, we did a Pareto. So Pareto revealed that getting up late, so I did all this analysis with ChatGPT, by the way. So there was no bias, it just looked at data and told me. So getting up late, too much time in bath were the two factors, and wasting time, because these days kids have phone, they sit on the couch and they keep, you know, doom scrolling, you know, so. Parent-related delays, thankfully, were down in the order, so we were not blamed for it. Left late due to external causes. So then we plotted the data of all the charts. So our target was to leave within plus minus 10 minutes. So there were days we left significant and so on. But after we took all those corrective actions, the timing sort of improved. So now we consistently leave before 7:10. So that's the improvement.
Thank you, Mr. Naveen. That was very interesting, starting off with the corporate part and then ending off with that line note that got everyone interested and everyone engaged as well. So OER Manufacturing Summit 2025 would not have been possible without the support of our partners. And on behalf of OER, I would like to express our gratitude to our endorsing partners, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Madain, and Oman Manufacturers Association. A big thank you is also due to our premium strategic partner, Jindal Steel, here in Oman, our strategic partners, Shell Oman Marketing Company, Manara from Arij Vegetable Oils and Derivatives, Future Pipe Industries, Mohammed Riyaz, and partners at Taman Ferroalloys, Atfa, Muscat Thread Mills. We also have our associate partners, and that is Majis Technical Services, Voltamp Energy, Khazain Economic City, Al Jazeera Steel Products Company, and also the National Detergents Company, Credit Oman, and BIA. Our automotive partner is Changan. Thank you for being here also with the vehicle. Our knowledge partner is SSA Consulting Group. Our Bahrain media partner is the Daily Tribune, Zanzibar Media, and partner is Zibi Magazine. Our online media partner is OERlive.com, and our Arabic side media partner is Alam Al-Iqtisad Magazine. And once again, thank you all to you ladies and gentlemen for joining us here today. And now it's time for lunch after the final engaging session. Thank you for being here with us at the OER Summit, and looking forward to see you in the upcoming event. Thank you and have a blessed evening.